boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, here we are. It is Monday. It is early. And we're waiting for the Sara Boone trial to start. So I'm hoping that my sound is clear and that it looks like the signal's nice and strong. And we're just waiting for the feeds to come up. I see that Trial Live TV is up. I think Florida will be up soon. I think perhaps Law and Crime also. Good morning, Anna. Good morning, Rocket Couch. Coffee for my friends. Here you go. Hopefully the sound is good. Yeah. Morning again, Mousy. I've been listening to you for the last hour, catching up with your morning stream, which I was so happy to see. The tank looked so good. And I want to just tell you that the sound is so good. Like right now, I don't know what you did different. But your sound was good. And thank you for telling me that my sound is good. So far, the signal is up great. I'm hoping that it stays that way. You know how these things go, guys. So if you hear any roboting or anything, let me know. I don't know which feed I'm going to use. We're going to test them both out closer to the time. Nobody's got the trial up yet, of course, for sound because they don't start till 9 o'clock. But I wanted to make sure that I was here, even though it's Monday. I mean, it's nice to share Monday with some people because, man, I don't do Monday. I don't do morning anymore, let alone Monday morning, you know. I'm glad you fit. Yeah, I'm glad. Oh yeah, I'm hoping that someone from our very helpful library helped you. There's so many great people in there that know about computers and stuff and help so much. We have one right there in the chat. Rocket Couch is amazing. Sell out the robots if they try to invade the stream. Got it. Yes, sell them out. Yes. Sell them out, Rocket Couch. It's funny, the anime I'm watching right now, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's androids against other androids that work for actual robots. And there's the androids that were created by people, and then there's the androids that were created by robots, and they're all like fighting against each other. And it's the wildest thing. Well, that's the anime I fell asleep to last night. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. But I hope everybody had a good weekend. I must say that this Sara Boone trial is making me a little I think Mousy was the one who mentioned earlier that we may need a Zen moment afterwards. I just Friday kind of got me, you know. There was some things. I don't know if you guys in the chat had noticed, but I did catch a picture from when the prosecution was bringing in evidence, and it was the suitcase, and the CSI representative that was there, and she was opening the box that the suitcase was in, and I caught a picture of like Sara Boone with Tony Henderson, and Sara Boone was laughing, literally chuckling and smiling and like a giggle, and the actual look on Judge Kraynick and the prosecution and the CSI witness, they looked over in utter disbelief at her, like they couldn't believe it. And I was just thinking to myself, damn, I hope the jury has the same look on their face, because these are the things that they're going to take note of. Absolutely no regard or respect whatsoever. This was the man she lived with and said she loved, and he's dead. And I realized that her life is in the balance here because, like, she's on trial for murder. But is it too much to ask for a little deference, a little respect in the courtroom for the deceased and the family that's sitting right behind you? that lost loved one, like that kind of blew me away. It is, I know, right, Mousy? So not cool. And so, like, I changed up my thumbnail a little bit. Like, and yesterday I was complaining about that on Bear and B. Like, I hate not on my unhappy with it. Oh gosh, I just saw my face just disappear, you know. But yeah, she's got nothing. I know. Oh, good morning, Karen. I just like I don't know. I don't know if it's already this morning, Rocky Couch, unless it's me. I'm having bad manners by bringing up their bad manners from Friday, but it was bad manners on Friday. And I don't know if it was just bad legal manners because like Sarah Boone is not legal. Like she thinks she is, but like she's the defending. She's on trial for murder. Okay, and you know what? She don't got legal anything. You know, except for like she thinks so. Well, that's a little delusional. You know, I know she's sitting there at that table acting like she's a lawyer. Acting like and she is in all appearance to me. It does look like she's running the show, and her team of lawyers, so to speak, are just doing what she wants. I get that. It's her defense team. She's running it, but I have to give Judge Kraynick. I think he sees what's going on. He sees the long plan here. He sees the risks in this defense, in that Sarah Boone could just turn around and say, "Oh, they hoodwinked me. Like, I didn't want to do this. Like, bad legal representation, whatever." Especially when you look into the attorneys, like there would be good reason, but still, he's making sure at every turn, at every day, he says, "Are you happy with your lawyers? Are you on board with this legal defense?" And she says yes. Wholeheartedly, he admits what she's wearing in court. He goes, everything, everything, dotting the I's and crossing the T's. He is a very efficient, organized, and very smart judge. I'm sure he sees exactly what's going on. Yes, me too. Me too, because Couch, me too, because he is dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure she can't come back later with anything. Like to let the court record reflect that everybody sees what's going on here, right? That everybody sees what's going on. Oh, you got beautiful weather, Karen. That's so good to hear. It's a little cold here. It's like 50. I woke up a little chilly, even in the house, because I'm stubborn. I haven't put the heat on yet, you know? Mm, no, I'm being stubborn because it's like 70 during the day. And so, like, I just thought it wasn't necessary. I just put an extra blanket on, but it does make it a little difficult to get up in the morning and like drink your coffee and sit here on the computer when I'm like, it's just a little cool in the house. It takes the house longer to warm up than outside because no direct sunlight. Mm. Oh, Anna says, honestly, let me see if I can put this up. This, honestly, the battered spouse syndrome, the last defense I would use, especially in Florida, they twisted the law to the point of literally re-victimizing the victim. Exactly, Anna. You know what? I'm glad that somebody else has noticed that. Like, I thought, like, oh, maybe I'm just making too much of it. But actually, in Florida, it's really rough. It really is. Um, it's not easy for either party to use. And I heard a lot of criticism of the prosecution, out on YouTube and in some of the chats and all. And I kind of stayed out of it because I'm thinking I understand exactly where they're coming from right now. Like in the opening statement, you heard Will J say that they actually are not going to talk about it now because Sarah needs to bring it up, and they're well aware, what that she has to activate this defense before they can talk about it. But they literally told the jury that once she comes in and starts mentioning it, we'll come back and fill fill in all the details for you, and then we will talk about her history with the deceased. And it won't just be a one-sided story. So he kind of prepared them for the fact that they're going to hear a lot from her, but they will still hear from the state afterwards. So I know that they can't actually. They can't bring it in until Sara brings it in. No one can. Okay, it's hearsay. Otherwise, it's not actual evidence. All right. Okay, my feed is looking good. I am going to test the feed now, people. So let me just add this to the stage and then make it bigger and try to organize stuff. Okay, let's see. Mm, I was going to use this window today. Oh, that's not looking good. I'm going to have to organize like that again. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can edit that. I wonder if they're going to keep their logo over there. Okay, that's missing up there. Let's see if I can edit this live on stream. Oh, I want to move it. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. And just, well, should I put it way over here? Yeah, maybe I'll put it over. Uh, I'm going to change this, and darn well they're going to come and they're going to actually change it, right? So it doesn't matter really where I put it, because they're going to change it. They're actually going to switch it while I'm using it. Okay. Now you can't see the thing then. I don't want to, get rid of their logo because I am using their feed, and I think that they are entitled. They are definitely entitled for me to show like what feed. So, you know, mm, that does that look better? Like I don't know. Like I don't like when I do it like this though. Look, it cuts off. Like, but they don't actually use a lot of stuff on the bottom all the time when they're live usually. So I'm not too worried about that. Like I'm gonna leave it like that. I think I usually like it next to the logo, but their logos usually go here really big. Well, like back so they get started. But at least we can see. We can watch everybody coming in. Go to the seal now. Yeah, couch. It's very curious. Since I didn't know that, I had thought they were doing well. Be so public about Koepsell too, but then exactly. Well, you know what? The, it's all about that debate. It's all about that just waiting for Sarah to actually prove the overt act that will allow her to allow battered spouse to enter. If you'll notice, like, if you remember in the opening scene, Mr. Owens was quite particular like really trying to solve the evidence. Like the suitcase was just going over street, okay? Leaving him in there was just prevention of the worst of it. You know, soft pedaling all of it. They had some why, you know, they had a hard life to live. Am I cutting out really bad there, Sue? Because I don't have anything coming through on my ear. Anybody else have the problem that Sue is having? No? Oh, am I still? But Hello, Ben. Okay, the robots are invading. Okay, perfect. Well, okay, let me get rid of that. I've got full bars. How is that sound? It sounds like I'm a robot underwater. Yeah, wait, no, wait, that's not right. I'm gonna keep talking. You guys tell me what you hear. I have. It's no better. Why? All right, I got one more thing I can try here. Okay, let's see. All right. Do I have an echo cancellation on? I'm going to double check. I know I did. Hold on one second. I almost always do. And I always have the background filter on too. Yeah, no. And I've got full bars, full green, no dips anywhere. Oh, see? Yeah. So now I'm back. I think it was the universe. Just, it's Monday, people, because like I didn't change anything. And here I am, I'm back. The robots must have been invading just to give us something to do. I mean, it's Monday. And good morning, Sue Elliott. Nice to see you here, you know? And Beck, it's always good to see you here. If, in case you guys didn't hear me before, because I was a robot. Yeah. Yeah, it's Monday, and I don't do Mondays, and I don't do mornings. Yet here I am on a Monday morning with Sarah Boone of all people. Like, I'm glad you guys are here to help me get through because this one's not. This is not like the best damn case. I can tell you. I'm very frustrated with trying to stay unbiased. I am. I want to give you guys the best information. You know what I mean? And let everybody make up their own minds. But I mean, I got called out on Friday and I deserved it because I didn't mute enough and everybody could hear me moaning and groaning to what was happening in the courtroom. And that's not exactly how I would like to actually be. But I could not just take some of it. Oh yeah, still better than the court audio those first it was quite rough those first couple of days, wasn't it? Yeah, sometimes I do, Beck, or I just want to like go like would you get like in reality, woman, like you're going to end up with life in prison if you keep this up. Like she wants to spin everything a different way and I understand that their life was very tumultuous and everything, but that doesn't mean it's 100% his fault. A little accountability would be nice. He's dead. He was your boyfriend. You said you loved him. You said you were the best thing that ever happened to him. Like, and yet even through every interview and every like nothing for George, nothing, and it's just so frustrating. And when that stuff happened Friday with the laughing at the table while they're doing the evidence, I mean, I just about lost my mind. I mean, that was worse than bad legal manners. That was like, girl, somebody needs to give you a good slap in the face. And I know that's not a good thing to say with somebody that has been in a tumultuous relationship and has had domestic abuse, but I'm sorry. It doesn't mean that she gets to walk around so damn entitled like this. And forget the fact that she's on trial for murder. This is not the Sara attention show. She's just the manipulation is just, I see, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I just see so much manipulation there with her, so much conniving in, I'm not looking at a good person. And it's hard for me to see her as a victim of anything except for her own manipulations. Seriously. And I know. Hey, Shane. Hey, Charlotte. Here to help the algorithm, but watching on TV. Well, thank you, Shane. I appreciate all the help I can get with the algorithm because the algorithm really hates long streams and live trials, but I like them. Like I'm a YouTube rebellion. Yes, I am. I'm a rebel. I'm a YouTube rebel. They do not like it. No, no, they don't. It's not good. But I'm going to persevere anyway because I like it. And yes, yes, Charlotte, it's Monday. It's Monday, and I can't believe it's Monday and it's morning, and I'm awake. Without, I'm a rebel without a clause. I need an NDA clause or something. I know, Beck. I know. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, it's been frustrating for me to watch this. Um, I guess a lot of times I try to take both sides of the story and give everybody their due diligence for what struggles they may have had, but it gets hard with her. Good morning, Juju. Awake and chipper. I sound chipper? I will admit to having a full cup of coffee already. And if I sound chipper instead of a robot, I'm very, very happy. Robski, good morning, sir, or good evening, sir, or wow. Nice to see you. I hope you're having a great day. You're awake just barely? I have no idea what time it is there. Like, I'm not very good with. I'm actually worse with the United States time zones than I am around the world. Like, I could tell you what time it is in New Zealand and most of the different areas of Australia and even in the UK. But ask me what time it is all across the United States, and I get all messed up. Don't I sound perky? Meep meep, Miss B. Meep meep to you too. And cheers. I hope you had a good coffee this morning too and got a good rest. I did not sleep many hours at all. Nope, not at all. Nope. Please send coffee to you. I will. I'm gonna recaffeinate the chat. Like, yep, I'm gonna recaffeinate the chat right now. Hold on. I had it up before. I had thrown some in there earlier for the first arrivals, but definitely we'll just give you all some more coffee to go around. Just keep passing it around, people. Just, you know. Well, I'm wondering why it's like I think the delay is usually Sara. That's been the delay the last couple of mornings. Was Sara getting into the courtroom? Um, I'm wondering if I can pick up the other feed without it going crazy. Let's just see. If I start the robot, tell me. Okay. Like, oh, Robski put some breakfast cupcakes. Are those breakfast cupcakes or are they dessert cupcakes, Robski? Let's see. Let's see. Where is. Uh, okay, let's see if they've got anything different. Nope, that's the same one. What the heck? It's an all day cupcake. I like the sound of that. It's like you can have it at any time. Okay, nobody has anything up. They all have the same feed. So we're not. Am I? Mm, with sprinkles. Ooh. All right. Let me know if I robot. Because I did bring up another feed just in case, but it doesn't look like I'm going to need it. They have the same thing up that Law and Crime does. So the court is just delayed. Oh, so I'm sorry to hear that. Mm. Mm. Hello, new member Mousy, who's been a member for a while, for back and forth. I guess you're just re-upping stuff. Welcome back, or is that on a different account? Either way, welcome to Murder Minions. I hope you like the little murder minions we have down there in the emojis that the members get to use. Yeah, you did. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I'm like I know you've been here before. Like I know you have. Like I'll see you on the list all the time. Yeah, yeah, yes. We should all send Sue some good vibes. It's real life when it starts hitting hard. I get it. I can relate, Sue. Like, persevere and do the best you can. All our good wishes are with you. Yes, Bear agrees there. I love that little guy. Yes. But you know what? If I put it up, it just says Bear agrees. It doesn't show it in StreamYards, which I really hate. Tell me though, on Restream, does it? Like, I gotta talk to you, Mousy, about Restream. Because, oh, by the way, guys, my new computer is here in the United States. I just haven't got it set up yet. I have to make some arrangements where I'm going to keep it. It's much larger and I need more space and everything. So I have to do a little finagling and a little playing. But soon, I'm going to be like able to like real stuff, like real stuff. Like, yeah, Juju, I told her the same thing this morning. It looked and sounded so good. Like the tank looked fantastic, and the audio sounded so good. I did miss the live though because I was snoring. I was sleeping. Yeah, I hadn't got up yet. I got a couple of hours in. But Mousy knows because we were up late talking, and then and then what? And then I just didn't go to sleep. Like for a while, I did my thumbnail. I didn't even have my stream up yet. It was a very late night. It does look sharp and clear, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, yeah. I want to talk to you about technical stuff if Restream is hard to use. You know, because I know you're using OBS, right, Mouse? Are you? I know you went to sleep at 2 a.m. I was still up at 4, even knowing I was gonna get up. I went to bed about 3:45, 4 o'clock. I just could not fall asleep. But that always happens, you know. Do you guys do that? Like you're up, you have to get up early in the morning. You know there's something you have to do and you're excited about it, and you just lay there and you cannot go to sleep. And you know you need sleep, or you know it's gonna really affect your day if you don't get sleep, and you just cannot go to sleep. And the more you try, the worse it gets. I don't know. You know what? It does catch up to me, Juju. Like then I spend like days just lazing around. Oh, it is the mix of the two. I thought so, Mouse. Like we'll have to talk, like, because I know that uh record, MC Record was using the same thing like Restream for a while, but then he got a different source and he's using something different. But it's more like for gaming, so I don't really want to use that one. But he was using Restream like you are, and it was good. Do you do that too, Anna? Sometimes I'm glad I'm not alone. You know, the comments look different too, don't they, Juju? It looks pretty cool. Like I like that you can do all of that. Now, what I also want to ask you though is like, can you stream to multiple platforms like I can? Because like right now I'm streaming to Twitter and to YouTube. So like Mouse, are you able to do that with Restream or no? Like I think you can. I think others did it. Yeah, Charlotte, don't tell on me like that. That's the Like, woman, that's not cool. Like, now they're going to be paying attention. They will hear me snore. Like, but no, I won't fall asleep. I got plenty of coffee. I will tell you what. I wouldn't try to contact me after after the trial though. I will go down for a nap. I will definitely need one. Yeah, I'm not no, because I won't wake up from the nap, Juju. I can't take a nap break. Although this this lunch break, I did put out a link for Kelly. She may come up, for justice from Kelly, who's doing Nick Carter, in who I've talked with about other cases in the past. Lovely and really very interested in this Boone trial. She may come up. But I also am going to play music again, but I can't play some of them because like the Friday stream got tanked by YouTube because they said that even though MC Record does covers and he does his own thing, that the melody is copyrighted, and Liam was playing some covers and they said that that was copyright. And in Ren, even though he lets people restream him, there was a third party that tried to claim stuff on his, so I just got frustrated. And so we will be able to play Mr. Victory stuff because it's all original, and Chris Durham's, his recital stuff because that's original, and Christopher Mate will be able to play a little bit of his. But what I put in between was some of the reads from like I'm going to put our friend Wilding Darling, who pops in every once in a while. She does great poetry reads. They're really short. And in some of my older reads, like my Edgar Allan Poe or William Blake, little short things in between. And I thought I would pepper those in between just to make it a little more interesting, and probably take a shorter break, maybe like 30 minutes or so, depending on how long they break for lunch today, you know. Charlotte says that tells it like it's seen. If you be snoring, I know if I'm snoring, you're gonna point it out. I hear you. I appreciate that, but still, still. Hmm. Twitter is mostly. Okay. Mm. It is exciting though, Mercy, to learn all the new stuff. I'm excited about it and also slightly intimidated. I'd have to admit to being a bit nervous. Like it's a big change for me. But then again, I ran my channel off a Chromebook for the first year or so. I mean, if I could do that, I'm sure I could learn OBS and restreaming and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like if I was able to run everything off a Chromebook for the beginning, you could sing for me. Yes, you could. Like maybe that you could. Hey, if you have any original stuff, you could send it to me, but you can't do covers. It has to be original because apparently YouTube doesn't like that. Even though, like, Record actually transcribes all the music into different instruments and everything, and then sings it in a different way, and still that wasn't enough for them to say that it creative license. Like with music, they're very strict, and I understand that because when you copyright music, as I was explaining like yesterday, you copyright all levels of it, like the melody, the lyrics, the body of the song, the structure of the song, the arrangement of the song, and it's so well copyrighted that even things that sound similar get hit on YouTube, and you have to fight it. You also wait. You only sing in the shower and on a hill. Okay. Yeah, yes. I know you got to get to work, Juju. Hopefully the trial starts soon and you can listen, you know. I'm not here. You get it. I get it. You're here, but you're not here. But I also get everybody gets it. Okay. Mm. I'm going to pour more coffee. Come on, trial. Like, jeez. Figures the day I'm on time and they're going to be late. Mm. Juju, I am looking forward to the days like on weekend days when I can sleep on and off all day. And I actually did that this weekend. I took several little naps. I did. But you're right. A good night's sleep like a baby is like a blessing. Like the whole world looks different in the morning. It truly does. It truly does. Like, my sleep habits are terrible. They're really bad. Yeah, I don't think anybody is surprised that you got a Star Wars reference there, Rocket Couch. I don't. I don't think anybody's surprised that most of us got it, like, because are we not all just wonderful nerds at heart? I'm proud of it. Hmm. Mm. Okay, you guys are going to hear me pour coffee. I assure you, I'm not doing anything foul on stream right now. But it's going to make like a gluggy gluggy noise because I'm pouring it from the thermos where it's nice and hot into my big mug, which happens to be an Emily Baker mug that says facts, not effery, which is one of my favorites because it's nice and big. It's tall. Yeah. 6 hours is good. I think that's the most I get, Anna, and I feel great. Like it's 6 hours, but I'm averaging lately about 4. Um, I want to get back to 6. 6 is good, you know. 6 is a good amount. Mm. Now I can't. I don't know what the delay is. You know what? I think I'm looking on my phone to see if I can pull up Twitter to see if I can see what the delay is because I know there's people in the courtroom. I'm trying to see. Okay. Okay. All right, here's the scoop. People inside of the courthouse are saying that co-counsel for the prosecution and Mr. Owens have stepped outside the courtroom to have a private talk. The judge was on the bench 30 minutes ago, but 20 minutes ago he left the bench. Okay, when they came back into the courtroom, Mr. J and Mr. Owens are sitting 3 feet apart from each other and not looking at each other at all. What is the delay? Judge Kraynick said he had some housekeeping issues to take care of before court, so we may have a late start. But he did come to the bench. But there was something that those two were talking. Oh, there was a lot of tension in the courtroom on Friday between Will J and Mr. Owens. They both did the opening statements, and they have not really contained the tone in their voices, so to speak. You know, but that's interesting. And I'm glad there's people in the courtroom that can tell us like what's going on and what the delay is. So as we hang out and wait. Um, But hey, we're used to waiting, right? I mean, it is court. I don't think it's sick jurors because I think that the judge may have mentioned that, but I don't know. Housekeeping orders could be anything. I don't know. I didn't see anything filed, but then again, I didn't look this morning, right away. I did not yet. And of course, now I'm live, so I can't pull it off without going all robot on everybody. Mm-mm-mm. But there could be. But this is, if there are sick jurors, remember they did have, like, they were worried about a COVID outbreak. Somebody did have COVID that had come in. and then other people were tested negative. And this is why the judge wanted so many alternates. And he did get all of them. He's got 6 on the jury and 8 alternates. So more, more than enough to replace the whole team. But we all know with the flu or a virus or COVID in general, it is so contagious. It could take everybody out. You know, it could take a lot of people. Housekeeping, I bet it's last night dishes. Rumsky, it could be. Although, I don't think that Judge Kraynick is the kind of man to go to bed with a dirty kitchen. I just don't. I think he's more my style. Like, you cannot go to bed if there's dishes in the sink. I just can't. I just cannot go to bed if the kitchen is dirty. I'm just weird that way. But I mean, that's all they're saying on Twitter so far. I'm checking, Kathy Rasson, who is the managing editor over there at Law and Crime, and I'm also looking at Notorious Jules, who is working with Trial Live TV, and actually is in Orlando, in the courtroom, right, staying there and trying to give us live reporting from the courtroom to everyone on Twitter and all of the small channels, and working with Trial Live TV and just helping get the information out there, which I love. I love those that are actually helping with, sharing the information and everything. It's such a good community, like, to be a part of. Everybody just helping each other. I wish everybody, like, growth and, continued success and everything, and hope that spirit of keeping the information free for everybody out there the best that we can, just getting it good and giving everybody space out here on YouTube. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I don't see a lot of people like that, and so when you run into groups that are like that, it's like so refreshing, and it bolsters my commitment to keep doing it that way. Your sister has gators in her backyard. It's probably her fault. You think it's gators? Oh gosh, no. No, 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 no. Gators cannot be the problem in Orange County. I hope not. Exactly. I cannot go to sleep with dishes in the sink. I just can't. That kitchen has to be. I mean, it's the last thing. It has to be clean before I go to bed. It just does. There's just no way around it. Just has to be taken care of. Well, what? Let me just check Twitter again. Let's see what's going on here. Nothing new after the last tweet about Mr. J and Mr. Owens not looking at each other. I don't know. He also said that there were incredible lines today to get into the courtroom. I guess it's increased popularity since they started on Friday, as far as like people just being interested in getting there. Maybe they weren't sure they were going to be opening on Friday with opening statements, But today, long lines trying to get in to the courtroom. I can imagine living, near the Everglades and, with all the swamp and the bay waters and stuff like that. In Florida, like, there are a lot of gators. I mean, we all get it. I don't blame you though. Like, the last thing I want to do is see gators in my backyard. But I guess if you live there, you're kind of used to it, you know. Yep. Anna, those are the two rooms, bathroom and the kitchen. I'm like a nut about both those rooms. You know, they just have to be all clean and in order. I just can't rest if they're not. Okay, so all right. Ah, still nothing. Someone go hit the like button, please. Yes. Are there no likes on the video? Is that it? Like, what's going on? There's a bunch of you here, and I only see one. But then again, I haven't refreshed my own stream, so there could be more. There are more. There's 10. Yeah. Did you work the movie? That's cool, Robski. You worked that movie as a kid? Were you like an extra? I wonder if there's like something in regards to the evidence or something that happened this morning. I mean, it could be anything, right? At this point. Let me just check law and crimes and see what they're saying. They're not saying anything. Yeah, they're not saying anything about the delay. Hmm. Another thing that from Friday that I noticed that kind of irked me is that the defense is not allowed to really get into the battered spouse syndrome until Sara takes a stand and actually, activates this defense. And yet, right on their table, they've got a book that Sara keeps going to that is all about battered spouse. I mean, the title of it is Navigating Battered Spouse Syndrome. Like, come on. It's like why don't we just like stick it in the jury's face like right away? I mean, it's a little bit cheesy, don't you think? And like Sarah's going through the book, the defense has it over there, the pile on the table. I mean, I don't know, just shady. I know they're doing the best that they can to get her a good defense, but man, just a lot of it just not sitting really well with me. But I'm no lawyer. Like, what do I know? Yep. Oh, the like button for your card. Yeah, that's it. Playing bingo, are we, Charlotte? Like, eh? Did you slap that button hard there, Mouse? Hopefully it didn't hit back. Watched it? Oh, watched the movie. I thought that you were in the movie. Okay. Sorry. My bad, Robski. I probably read it wrong. Who knows? Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, I read it wrong. I'm just, I need more coffee, I guess. But if you were in it, that would have been cool. As long as you weren't like, alligator food. There is like another movie that's very much like cocaine. bear that's called Meth Gator. Like that was pretty cheesy, you know. Oh, well, by the way, those of you in the library, Robsky, we found the raccoon movie that you posted, and we're probably gonna have a showing of it. Like we got it. We got it downloaded. Mm. We just had to find a convenient time. Um, MC Record is usually the one that plays them for me and does that because like my small computer can't handle it, and the big one's not up yet. Well, depending on timing, he's got an exam this coming up, so he's like studying like crazy this week. So I'm not going to try to get a time from him, but it will probably be in November. We will have a couple of viewings, and we're also going to do Rocky Horror because there's a couple of the mods who have not seen it yet, and I'm appalled actually that they haven't seen it yet. And so we're going to have a showing and force them to watch it. Yes, because that's how I roll. Yes. That's what I did with Princess Bride. Like the people that didn't watch it, like they're if they hadn't seen Princess Bride or got the references, like there were wrenches at risk. Like all kidding aside, like they mostly because we use a lot of those punchlines in the humor from there, and it's just like an epic classic. And like it was like it's my goal to educate the young people on these classics that have to be seen. Rocky Horror is a classic. It should be required viewing. It will definitely keep your humor, you know, teach you how to not take things seriously. I keep saying what word? What word is that? What word? Rocky Couch, I'm glad that if you got hit, it was consensual. It makes me feel better. It should be that way, always. You guys amuse me. Robsky, what word is it I keep saying? Like, what word do I keep saying? Which word? I do. Oh, that. You keep. Oh, okay. Yes. That is from Princess Bride. That's what these are. You keep saying that word. You keep saying that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Yes. Mhm. Indubitably. That is a quote from Princess Bride. And here I am telling everybody they need to get the quotes, and it totally went right past me. It's Monday morning, Robsky. I need to be forgiven. Like, I can't. I can't. And good morning, Jin. And hello, Jester. Good to see you too. We are but poor wandering circus performers. Yes, Andre the Giant. Ah, yeah. I love that movie. I do. I'm just really bad with quotes. Like, you know who's really good at quotes, Robsky, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, is like when we get Charlie Welsh around here. He knows like all the movie references. Yeah, he would have got that right away. I need more coffee. Yeah, I don't want I don't want Charlie mad at me for not getting them. You know, you got the line. I'm sure you did, June. Jin. See, look, I can't talk. I need more coffee. You know what? I'm just gonna stifle it and drink some more. Yeah, the Welchmeister. Yes, he is. He's off. He's so amazing at movie and music trivia, in literature too. Book references, authors. Good morning or evening tomorrow, kiddo. Nice to see you. You're still up because of more coffee. Like, I'm just trying to wake up. I know you got it immediately, couch, and you weren't even looking. Okay, y'all shaving me enough. Like, all right. I said I should have got it. Like, I know how bad. Um, Basic does not say that line. No, but I'm just saying I remember him being in the movie. You're going to try pulling me up on the TV? I hear a lot of people actually do that. Like, I get that comment a lot that people pull me up on the TV. It's big and you can see the chat better. I have a huge TV with internet. I should try to do that. I wonder if I could use that as another monitor. I'll have to talk to all the computer gurus about that. Have you missed anything amazing? Nope. Just me killing time while they're just futzing around at the courthouse. Judge said there was some housekeeping to take care of before they came in, and apparently Will J, the ADA, and Mr. Owens went out of the room. Oh, I do see the judge taking a seat now. We might be coming up soon. Let's just... They were waiting on Sara.
As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do that.
Case number 2020-2603, the state of Florida versus Sara Boone. Parties announced your names for the record, beginning with the state.
Dave Cacciatore on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sara Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sara Boone. Kevin Beck on behalf of Urban.
Ms. Boone, may you right hand be sworn? Please do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sara Boone, 10-10-77.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black jacket and a white multicolored shirt. Looks like some splotching on it. She is in custody. However, she's not wearing any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury panel enters and exits. The parties may approach.
Oh, the parties may approach already. Hey, do you guys okay with this view, or do you want it all big? Like, vote in the chat. Like, I know some people like it really, really big, but until they actually get to the big stuff, I don't. Catch me outside. I'm glad you're taking us outside, Anna. We could all use some fresh air with this stuff. Like, make it a little less frustrating. That staticky noise is not me. That's actually the feed. I'm actually wondering what the heck that's all about.
All right, state anything we need to address before we bring in our panel this morning.
Not from the state.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Boone, just a couple of questions before we bring in our panel this morning. Are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Very much so.
And are you still on board with the strategy that they are utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Ooh. Okay. Good morning, everyone. She said very much so, you know. Okay, Couch, on behalf of Mrs. C, he says make it bigger. Okay. To use your TV as a second monitor, you plug your HDMI cord in, which switch to the correct channel and change the monitor setting on the left side. Oh, okay. I'll make note of that, Jessica. Thank you very much. And I think I will make it bigger. Is that okay, guys? Yes? Here we go. Spicy, I know. Well, you know, Mrs. C, she is our mistress of mayhem, isn't she? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So it does look like Judge Kraynick has a couple of his students here still again today.
Jury entering.
Oh, it's always nice. They get to see the courtroom in action. Judicial students. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jen.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning.
I am
Welcome
turning
back
it off.
to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope that you all had a restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time. Record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury-only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sara Zydowicz.
Okay.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sara Zydowicz, Sarydyowicz.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1 year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin and did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold your position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural. So accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after death examination. And there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests. So things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death? And is this something that you document?
Yes, so cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided at the time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car. Right? That's very generic, and we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long Jorge Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component, because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that Jorge Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, and the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's that most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual. And it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long Jorge Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period, or, somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who has been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states are into evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection at states 12.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there was a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol. And some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words. Something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
You'll have to forgive me if she starts laughing at the publishing of these autopsy
Your Honor, may I
papers. I'm
approach the
gonna
witness
lose
with
it.
mark for identification as states Q has been shown to defense?
You may.
They better
Ma'am, I'm
be
showing you what's
respectful.
been marked for identification as stage Q. Could you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
Yes, more coffee. The audio is coming through very clear on my end. Hopefully you guys are hearing it well.
Ma'am, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of Jorge Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as stage Q into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states Q will be received into evidence without objection as states 13.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Okay, everybody, I don't blame you if you don't want to see these. Okay, but I'm going to keep the feed going if
Ma'am,
they do
I'm
show
showing
them.
you photo 1 from State's composite.
A lot of times they won't. The
Tell us
important
what
part is the
this
jury
photo of.
sees it.
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is Jorge Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here, or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here, you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Turning to State's 3 from the composite.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
State's 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymosis, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
State's 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up. So you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
State 6 from the composite.
Same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scale rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit of the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas, ecchymosis.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
She's very good at explaining it. I hope the jury appreciates her directness.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
Mm-hmm.
States 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
States 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymosis, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, Did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
States 15 from the composite?
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
This is where she hit him. That's what she's saying. That's not lividity. That's hemorrhage.
States 16 from the composite?
Wow.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
Either where she hit him or where stairs impacted on him going down.
And states 17 from the composite.
Wow.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area. So it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other or they can be so close to each other. But at least, 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
Wow.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal.
Subgaleal. So kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
Here we go.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sara Boone here today. And I've got 2 questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, you came down here to Tampa, that's when you started.
Yes.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases.
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case. And you said he was a 0.38.
No, 0.13.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well. And the result was a 0.213.
Yes.
And you would agree that's about, it's about 3 times the legal limit.
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that at those levels, there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment
For most people, yes.
and their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Is he going to
Now,
impair? He
you're
fell
aware
down
in
his
this
fist.
case that Jorge Torres, the decedent, stepped into
okay,
the
I'll be good.
suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me. Yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know. at this
Correct.
point. Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase. Yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. But
Yes.
all right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Do you agree that fire and rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m. So nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy.
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in. Yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler. But in the mornings, when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back.
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is. So
Yeah.
it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
I'm glad they objected. What those 5 other cases had to do with this case? This is trying to confuse the jury. This is ossification. This is just like out of bounds because she has her credentials. They already approved her as an expert. That's a challenge I don't really see. Like asphyxial position, positional asphyxiation is a positional asphyxiation. How is he going to argue with anything else? There's no denying he died because she didn't let him out of the suitcase. You're not going to get that defense. Like
The objection is sustained.
Yeah, like back up, defend.
Doctor, you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook, Forensic Pathology.
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative, a well-accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, and so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
yes,
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
Now, you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds.
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
No one did. Because Sara took him out of the suitcase before they got there.
But you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused or what led you to believe caused his death.
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, did you?
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
That's
Well,
right.
you
because
said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
drunk
Oh,
people-
okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
sure, that could be.
So we're going to blame the victim because Sara didn't help him. Listen to him plead and didn't help him.
Now,
We'll blame
The
the
environmental
victim because he
suffocation
didn't get
deals
out.
with the lack of oxygen.
Okay.
Yes.
Correct. And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess the Years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed, so it was airtight, and eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes,
You would agree with that?
yes,
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen.
yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes, yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there
Thank you.
is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. Doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No,
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
no,
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open, that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes,
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
no,
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we don't know, that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm.
Yes,
You said 8 to 10% you become unconscious,
yes,
and then a value of less than 8% death occurs.
for most people, yes,
Excuse me?
for most people,
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%.
yes,
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done show that the oxygen content is anywhere from 4 to 6. Unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, is that kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both.
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths. Is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the
Good answer.
percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30 for the other. You don't know.
No,
What does
But you would agree in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
no one does? Agree, both could be factors. Is he trying to say that the lack of
Now,
oxygen
we
killed
talked
George,
about these
not
blunt
Sarah?
force injuries,
That's a given.
correct?
Yes,
Okay. fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones.
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it
No.
did not,
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
as the reason or cause, contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits? Doctor, are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in the evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the potential for baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite
You know when your
remember.
deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is
Oh,
it's number 14. And this composite exhibit is state's exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. You see the, you said they were circular type injuries.
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat.
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit someone, hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person. Would it be a line?
not
It could be
necessarily.
depending on the position of the body, the position of the
Position of the bat.
suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Now, if you took the
Most people hit the bat in one
Barrel
area,
of the bat.
not
Very
along
good,
the whole
very
length
good.
of the bat.
and you poked
This man's obviously not from
into
Jersey.
the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would
Sorry, not sorry.
those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that. Yes, that's compatible.
And then here's a close-up, this is picture number 15. Again, a close-up, same question. Would that be consistent with poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, the crown of that bat, would potentially run those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
So she jabbed him with it and poked him with it and hurt him.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque.
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel, high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker,
Yes.
because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could. It could cause a dysrhythmia. Yes.
He
I'm
didn't
sorry.
have
A
a heart
dysrhythmia or
attack.
an abnormal beating of the heart.
But that could kill him.
It could.
There's no evidence of a heart attack.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure?
Yes,
And so that was blocked, over 75%.
it was. But there was no evidence of
Heart attack.
myocardial scarring. So
Thank you.
when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you something. If
Swinging
he
and
were to
miss.
get out of the suitcase on his own, and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery osculosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant. Right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have
Bless you.
injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term. Right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia,
Boy, he's really.
and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
No, she would
It would
not.
depend on the circumstances.
There was
And I can't speculate on this
scarring
case because I know what I know about
If
it.
you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would
What's
have
with
caused his
this
death.
it?
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Jorge Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, a 0.015% per hour.
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So
Yeah.
roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not metabolism after death
Okay.
of the
All
alcohol.
right. Well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the
vitreous.
two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach this.
Right.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification, J.
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
Please stipulate J into evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense J will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. I just read from the office. First one's number 5. What is this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and 3 of the fingers.
Bruise there on his top of his left hand?
Yes.
Right, and it's the same for picture number
His
4.
hands were bruised. How does that
So that's the
help?
same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger?
And then it shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes.
And then here's picture number 2.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands. And we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's the bruising here on the
Yes,
back of the
there.
hand, and also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
The fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
The ME isn't denying that he was hit with a bat in the hand.
Which,
He's
again,
just saying that's not the only
Yes.
place he was
showing
hit.
the bruising on the top of the hand as well as the knuckle area.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect exam? You may proceed.
And I knew redirect was coming. Here we go.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when, the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours? Because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these two levels.
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it because, the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time, right? We're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy. So that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate because again, everyone's a little bit different, but I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death.
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but it's always the question is, would it be enough? Right? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. And again, that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Joe.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Well. What do you guys think so far? I thought that was an excellent witness. She's very well spoken, very informative, very direct, very clear answers, and tolerated the pushback from the defense very well, just explaining everything. Although, I understand the defense needs to go at all of the examinations and try to find some look. But that whole thing about, well, he could have just died of a heart attack. Well, he could have, yeah, but he didn't because there's no scarring on the heart. And come on, dude. Laying on the couch, okay, if he wasn't in the suitcase and if all of this other stuff didn't happen and he was just laying on the couch, would you say he died of coronary artery disease? What ifs? That was all just trying.
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time? Raise your hands if you do. All right, court seeing no hands. State, you may call your next witness.
Yay.
Yes.
Sara looks a little concerned this morning, does she not? It's about time. You should be worried, Sara. You should. Yes, it was Karen. I agree. It was very articulated very well. She was well spoken. She looked right at the jury when she was explaining terms and anything. And I liked that the prosecutor, Mr. Cacciatore, came back and actually readdress definitions for them so they know what all that was about with the blood alcohol level. It was really a big nothing burger. The truth is he died while in the suitcase. There's no doubt about that. And then the whole big thing about showing the hands, we all know he was hitting the hands. Sara said that herself. I think they're going to try to prove that he had his hands out of the suitcase. So it was reasonable that she thought he could get out on his own. I do believe that that's the angle they're going for. However, she did beat him in more places than just the hands, and there's no denying that anymore. Even though her testimony to the psychiatrist did not include all of that, only the hand. No, he didn't have any drugs in his system. Nicotine, caffeine, could be from coffee or could be from an energy drink, who knows. And alcohol, lots of alcohol. We saw the size of those bottles. They consumed 2 of those bottles at least.
Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long. We'll bring you back in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent or investigation or research regarding the persons, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
I hope we get to hear what they're going to talk about. And I hope he doesn't excuse us also. I hear you, Juju. It do feel
Y'all may be seated.
desperate.
Thank you.
I do hope the jury recognizes that also. What is going on?
Judge, James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sara Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification for identification States Exhibit N. It is a 2-page FDLE laboratory report generated June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you.
Okay, this is the process. They have to agree to enter evidence in this late in the game. It does sound like the prosecution is on board with it.
State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand 2 stipulations. The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sara Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan, okay. Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Jorge Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes,
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
yes,
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No,
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her if that's acceptable with the defense.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well?
it is.
All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, do you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as State's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant Sara Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address, state? I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
Okay, a stipulation is, all right, the first one was the stipulation to identify the victim. In other words, nobody is contesting that the person who is dead, the victim in this case, is Jorge Torres. And the second one was in regards to a lab result, like stipulations that could be entered that it is accurate and true and it's not going to be contested. I don't know what the second one is exactly about. Well, stipulations are the parties agreeing that this is a fact of evidence and not to be contested. Okay, so it just eliminates anybody going like, well, is that actually Jorge Torres? Like, or anything like that. Well, from what I'm seeing, this stipulation for that is just to get it on the record as a fact of the case, not to be disputed. In agreement. I guess that might have been what they were talking about prior to court starting out in the hallway. I'm going to look for a little more information on that second stipulation. I'm sure there's more there. Yeah, the second one is a lab report, and they're not going to contest it, whatever it is. So I don't understand what the lab report says, but we will find out when it gets entered into evidence.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, thank you. You can be seated. Members of the jury, Ken, if you could just confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during that short break by raising your hands. Record reflect that all juror members have raised their hands. State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to move what's been pre-marked for identification as states F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection at state 15.
And Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sara Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Jorge Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sara Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
That is after George died. June 3rd of 2020.
Please do swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEREDITMCCASKILL.
Thank you. Mr. J, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? And we'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures. And then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth. And then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using. So scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Yes, so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times. And then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might be a 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, or well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes, so you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker. So it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, and what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sara Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings. So taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process as you previously described for the buccal swabs.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent, represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs that come in as a Q-tip, and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Miss Boone on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when a sample is taken from an unknown area such as fingernails?
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
That's interesting.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a blood stain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No redirection can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
That sounded reasonable. Why would they do further DNA testing?
State, may call your next witness.
Junella Uadanl.
I think I know why Sara doesn't look too happy. It's being reported on Twitter that Judge Kraynick actually advised her on courtroom decorum. She cannot look back at the galley anymore and talk with the paralegals while stuff's going on. Like she was told not to keep looking back at the galley and carrying on by the judge.
You should give Shelby the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name is Junella, Junella. Last name is Uadanl, Uad as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
You may proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what is Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
And that's IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
Can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS. All right. I just want to shorten it for today.
Yes.
All right. So IASIS. Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS to become a digital forensics examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia. So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right. We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification, you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item.
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again, with my initials and dates. And if there's a, later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item in the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and, without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes.
All right. So this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
Will J is so snarky. Like, oh my. He guys are kidding me.
Yes. The
Memory refreshed.
yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz. Not sure if I'm saying that correct. Court apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the sheriff's office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection, Estate 16.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate, knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had two options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it. And just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right. Take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data. Again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right. So I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device. And then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data, all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by the software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by this software tool? And can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked. And if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode. So I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Prior to trial, were you asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach? What I'm showing you first is O for identification, Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification into evidence and reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Uh-oh, it's a video. Ooh.
Open up the file labeled extraction.
Mm-hmm. But isn't that all nicely organized? I don't know. I don't know if he's just showing us the work that she did or if he'll be playing any of the extraction videos or showing any of the photos.
Guess we don't get that long here. All right, so sorry about your neck. Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report. Because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there is a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like, again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at, 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not I'm sure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, looks like a video, is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device.
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too, I'll get rid of him.
And then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.MOV begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.MOV.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing from this exhibit.
Those texts were wild. They came up in the opening statement again, and actually in one of the hearings, I think I heard them. Oh no, the video. Okay.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it on.
I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Oh.
Real ransom. Might want to give it for it extra.
I think she said your real hand. You should get paid extra.
Real ransom.
I don't know what that is.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you ching on me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Can't breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Whoa.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.MOV, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Wow. Well, no laughing today. Second video. Suitcase has been moved. Flipped over. Wow.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a lock state and pull 85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Koepsell or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Miss Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who is the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who is the identifying name for the outgoing texts or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again, in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was an associated email address.
Okay. Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
All right. Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up, please? Are you able to see that?
And no, this monitor is not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
I understand that seeing that video is always quite disturbing. Even on Twitter, everyone in the courtroom is saying it did go over quite emotionally. the jury was paying a lot of attention. And also in the photographs, one of the commentators from inside the courtroom had posted that they were furiously taking notes in regards to the photos during the medical examiner's part of testimony, and that several of the women were grimacing as looking at them, especially at the photo of his mouth and his teeth and what had happened.
Quick approach.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what they're talking about now, but that was pretty animated between Sara and her attorney right then. There seems to be a concern on her part there. Sara's not having a good day. You can see that she is not anywhere near as bubbly as she was. She's no longer, chatting with everybody in a lighthearted manner. It's my opinion that her defense team actually does pay attention to the social media and to what's being said out here to get some direction. And I think that basically her antics in the courtroom have been explained to her that she's not looking too good. And I think that matters to Sara. Sara is always very concerned about how people perceive her. It's about time she got a little decorum in the courtroom. Seriously, is this serious? She's on trial for murder. And this is the first day I've seen her acting like it's actually serious and that there's something actually going on here and she could end up in prison for a very, very, very long time. Like, it's about time that she took it seriously and had a little bit of decorum and respect for the proceedings. It's also being stated on Twitter that the defense attorney, James Owens, has actually been telling people that the state is going to rest today at the latest in the morning. And then Sara will be taking the stand sometime tomorrow. All right, so they're going to fix that monitor.
Ma'am, were you able to see that?
Yes.
There's a entry on 12/25/2019. Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
for that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number. Then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
There was no name attached.
There was no name attached.
God bless you.
Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it's not indicative of a specific device other than we know outgoing. Obviously the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to receiving a message?
Yes.
In this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if 2 people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State any other witnesses or evidence to call at this time?
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12A at the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as same instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time.
Okay. All right, so we're going to be breaking for lunch, but Kelly's going to be coming up, and we're going to talk a little bit about this case before we actually take a lunch break in a little bit. So there are a few things I want to discuss. Number one.
Thank you.
um,
State, anything we do address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon, the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Koepsell. Koepsell, I apologize. Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours in length, not to mention any direct testimony and cross-examination testimony. So that's likely to take us beyond the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if we can work late to accomplish it all.
I'm inclined to work late. It's just if they're on board with that.
Okay.
If we need to go after 5 o'clock due to that presentation, we can. How long do you anticipate going? If you had to ballpark it.
I would think it would 4 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the cross.
What about in your side of the ledger?
I think my direct exam questions will probably be 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. How long do you anticipate your cross-examination being, Counselor? Mr. Henderson?
Judge, not too long, 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
If that, but here's the only concern that I have.
Yes, sir.
We have one juror who has said and told us during voir dire, as long as we're getting out of here at 5, my scheduling is up.
That juror was dismissed.
After that, that causes a problem.
That juror was
That's the only
dismissed,
concern
dude.
I have.
Okay.
If we could
Remember?
let them know early,
Wasn't she?
if that's the plan, so she might
Because
be able to make a
of
determination.
deliberations? I believe that juror was let go. I don't believe she's still
Judge,
sitting.
the other component, we've got some people flying in, and we've got experts that we're trying to coordinate. So the sooner we know the logistics of when they're going to rest the case, we talked late last week that we felt like.
Right. So they're gonna try to not do the afternoon. They're gonna try to start tomorrow morning instead. Watch.
I think step one is conferring with our jury if they're amenable to working past 5. I do recall the one juror with childcare concerns. If we go slightly over, and we'll have to address that when we get closer to it. It may be a situation where cross-examination may have to be left for tomorrow, but that's something that we'll need to discuss
Right,
when we
Anna?
get
That
closer to
particular
it.
one was
Anything
dismissed.
else, State?
If there's somebody else,
Anything else,
I'm not
defense?
aware of it.
All right, we'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Wait, yes, sir.
The state has been using CDs, I believe. We've got flash drives to admit into evidence instead of CDs. We didn't bring the capability to transfer those to CDs.
Response?
Is that a declaration or is there?
I mean, it sounds like that's what Mr. Owens' intent is for the purposes of submitting evidence.
The one reason I would suggest not introducing USBs is because they're rewritable and they can be manipulated and destroyed by the jury or not that
On accident.
intentionally, clerks of the court.
Right?
Any
Kinda hard.
sort of issues can happen when something is not locked and put onto a physical burnt piece of wax.
Yeah, I was pretty sure she was doing it.
Mr.
I'm
Owens?
confused.
We'll see what we can do here locally. There's a FedEx. I don't know if they would be able to do that. FedEx is a block away. We'll check with them at lunch.
I would check with them. I agree with the state's concerns as
Right,
to
but
manipulation
it's
or editing
protocol
of anything that
evidence.
may be contained in a USB drive. Not to say that that's going to happen, but it
Always
certainly
looking for
preserves
the
the evidence
humility.
moving forward rather than it being in a editable form, be it in a USB drive.
We'll go talk to them.
All right, very good. Okay, thank you all very much. We'll see you at 2:00. Court's
I'm
off the record.
sorry, a defense attorney knows better than to try to submit editable evidence that the jury is going to have in the jury room, like for deliberations. Like, they know better. They know that's not procedure. They know that's not protocol. Yeah, like exactly, Rocky Couch. Like, shouldn't this all have been done before? Like, I don't want to hear any more excuses from the state why they don't have time to do proper things like that they should be doing. And like, now they're going to run with the USB over there and try to get that copied over. What if something happens to it? Like, like, seriously, like, this is just shenanigans. Anyway, we have an hour and a half for lunch. We're going to be hold on one second. I'm going to mute for just a moment. I'm going to bring this up this other way, like, so we can see. But I'm going to be back in 1 second.
Time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged previously with domestic violence against the same man she's now on trial.
Oh. Okay, I'm taking Jesse. I love Jesse, but I just took him down. Kelly, if you're listening, I am back. I am back. So whenever you want to come up, yeah, I do love Jesse though, like from Law and Crime. He's fantastic. Oh, all right. So thank you for being patient while I took care of something really quick. I had to run to the loo actually. Since Kelly was coming, I wanted to make sure I took care of that before she got up here, so I didn't leave her up here by herself. Yep. Well, all right. Okay, let me just make sure that I have that. Okay, so we got an hour and a half break. So there was some stuff like, let's see. I agree, Couch. Like, going to the FedEx with the evidence is this seriously okay? I see some issues there, but I guess they're talking about it, and it's really not such a bad thing as long as they get it on a CD. Because what has to happen is that disc has to be available for the jury to play later. Whatever they see as evidence put in has to be available for them to review later when they're doing deliberations. And they don't want it on a USB because you could stick that thing into the drive and it could be accidentally altered or erased or edited in some way. Like, it happens, okay? And so they try to present the evidence in a way that can't happen. And so they standardly use, that you can make a disc unwritable, and you can lock it. And I guess that That was the concern. Hello, Kelly. You're muted, but just so you know. There you are.
Hello.
Hello. Is this not the like wild or what? Like this case? Oh my goodness.
I was
Were you
curious how
watching?
her defense would do on cross-examination, and I don't think that they are making occasional points, but I don't think the points help their case, if that makes sense.
Not
for example, him
especially
that-
today.
Yes, and I know they're trying to like punch holes and create doubt wherever possible, but I just don't think their strategy is working.
Yeah, I think that could have annoyed the jury more than not when he started about the heart disease. And he's like, well, what if he wasn't in a suitcase and he was just laying on the couch? And like, then you probably would have thought he had died of heart disease or something. Like, she's like, well, maybe if there wasn't like, there's all these other bruises and markings. Like, yeah. And she gave the explanation. And really, it just made it look a little ridiculous. Like, I know they got to find reasonable doubt. That is their job. Throw enough out there that the jury gets confused and says, well, maybe it didn't happen that way. But to actually take him out of the suitcase and play the what if game was a bit of a far stretch, especially when she repeatedly said there's no evidence of heart attack on the heart. Like, it doesn't matter. You can have an occlusion in an artery and have cardiovascular artery disease and not have a heart attack. You can have it your whole life and still not have a heart attack and die from it. You can have occlusions. I mean, they don't even do like, the cleaning, how you can go on and have your arteries scraped and all, and like, in heart procedures, like they don't even do those until they're really occluded, like up to the level that his was. Like, they don't even think of treating it.
It kind of reminded me of like the George Floyd case in that trial, and obviously he was murdered, obviously, but the analysis of like his heart and stuff, like I could see the relevancy more there than in this situation, because she's clearly saying like there's no evidence of this ever happening. There was no gray area whatsoever. It was very black and white. And so it's interesting that they were trying to punch that narrative
with her own words, that they thought it was funny. She zipped him in the case. She admits all this. I zipped him in the case. I hit him with a bat. She told she told the psychiatrist this, the psychologist, for both sides. I mean, it was part of the affidavits in the deposition, so what is the point of that whole heart disease thing? And then here's the thing. They've
never raised that point before.
No, and Mr. Henderson, like, well, that says Brian Boone. Does that mean that's Brian Boone's phone? Well, it means Brian Boone was part of the message,
Yes,
and I think they're alluding
but
to
also
the fact
she's on video as well as on the interrogation. She's admitting multiple times, like, I gave you my phone. Look at my phone. Look at everything on there. Like, that's on the record. So yeah, the phone originally maybe being under Brian Boone is probably something that doesn't matter.
But it doesn't even say that. The number that was incoming with the message was Brian Boone. And even if he bought, like, we know that Sara looks to Brian Boone to pay for everything. Maybe her phone is under his name. Maybe it is. But I think the point was
I'm
that
so
you can't
blown
tell
away that she called him twice before 911.
Well, she did. She did. And he is too. He's like, I kept telling her to call 911.
Yeah,
I know.
call 911.
Yeah, I can't wait until he's back on the stand after Sara takes, because
yes, I was
the
glad that they said he
prosecution-
could be recalled, because I was like, he needs to be a rebuttal witness.
Well, he will. The state was very careful about what they covered before Sara takes the stand, because like the defense, they are not allowed to bring in evidence of prior acts until the battered spouse syndrome is actually
Right.
indicated with an overt act, and Sara has to testify to it. Otherwise, everything's hearsay. That gets very confusing for a lot of people. I don't get it. I'm not a lawyer, but it's been explained to me. I think sufficiently that I try to understand that one side can't do what the other side can't do either. So neither of them, although they could speak of it, they could not actually talk about the evidence and or the prior acts or the relationship until they actually Sara takes the stand and sets it, because you need a first person, and obviously the other person involved is no longer with us. So anything that the forensic psychologists would say is really only from interviewing Sara and looking at the records, but they're not allowed to testify to the records at all. They can just draw conclusions.
Even if he was a horrible, diabolical, abusive person, revenge isn't protected under the law as a defense.
Yes, and we've seen some of the incidents reports and everything with George in Sara involved, and the injuries were just as bad on George as they were on Sara. There was one where she did get the ear thing, and there was one with the black eye. But are they going to think that that is so sufficient to be beat with a bat to death?
Well, and Brian in the body cam footage seemed to, like, at some point he's speaking with the officer and acknowledging that she would even kind of get that way on him. But he, I think, says something like, I never reacted or whatever. But I'm sure he can
said that he had
testify
often
to
had
that
restrained
in
her.
time.
He said he never laid hands on her, but he often had to restrain her. And if you remember, there's other testimony from people that saw bruises on her arms, which could be from being restrained by George. That many of these injuries could have been from him restraining,
defending himself. Yeah.
Right. And there is actually an incident report where she is actually indicated as the aggressor, because the police actually believed the statement that, yes, he did kick her in the gut to get away from her because she was choking him. And he was quite honest, George. And I mean him being George. He was very honest about the incident and what happened. She was aggressive. She went to attack him. She was choking him on the stairs. He tried to climb up the stairs to get away, and he was kicking at her because she was clawing at him to get back at his neck again. And he had marks all over his neck, and she was complaining that he kicked her in the stomach. And she was arrested, and she was indicated as the primary aggressor in that incident. And so if his stuff comes in, hers is going to come in too. That's why I keep saying the rebuttal is going to be the fire part of this case, because they're not really allowed to lay it all out yet. I wonder if they're actually going to have Brian's body cam interview in this 3 hours that they're going to do. And I wonder if we're going to go late tonight. Like, the juror that they're mentioning, I mean, I'm with Anna in the chat. I thought that as soon as she said it would be a problem if they went past 5, knowing they have to go into deliberations and they can stay all night if they want, I am sure that that person was dismissed. I do recall that they were like, for cause, boom, okay, no problem, you're gone. And so I don't know what he's talking about, this juror. Like, I know that Judge Kraynick said, yes, I remember that juror, but I don't know if they're still there as active member of the jury or alternates. Like, I thought that they were dismissed, unless there's another one, unless I'm remembering incorrectly. But I'm pretty sure she was not there. But I don't know. This is just crazy. You know, there is also the one thing that Henderson did bring up that is valid, is that Sara and George did share a phone. Sara didn't allow him to have his own cell phone, okay? And he had to call family and all from her phone. So they did share the phone. But are they actually going to try to deny that Sara is not the one who sent that text message to the brother Juan that said, I'll get rid of him? Like, why would George send a message like that to his brother? Like, are they going to try to say that?
I guess they're trying to say it's a Gone Girl situation.
Oh, yeah. Like, he set her up in advance, knowing that she was going to kill him. Like,
And
not
yeah,
that she
and that's
laid hands on him to kill
somehow
him.
he
Like,
got into the suitcase and locked himself in it at the same time. I
exactly.
still just her case is so
Mhm.
it's so ridiculous. Like, I know her attorneys are not left with much to work with,
Mhm.
but quite honestly, I really think she should have just taken that plea deal.
I wonder if she's thinking that today. She's a much different
Mhm.
presentation today. She looks concerned. She
She
looks
does.
upset. She was chastised by the judge, I read on Twitter, to not be turning around to the galley and gathering
Yes.
everybody behind, and to like have a little more like respect for the proceedings. I'm glad to see that, because actually her behavior in the court was quite like upsetting to me. She has no respect for the process. I actually got a picture of Friday when they were opening up the suitcase with the CSI representative in Mr. Cacciatore in the judge, all looking towards the defense, and Sara sitting at the defense tape laughing with her attorney, like giggling, laughing. That is the suitcase that her boyfriend died in, that she was with for years, that she loved so much and was so happy to help him out with everything. And she's laughing while they're presenting evidence to the jury. And
She's never once demonstrated from the first arrival on the scene to today any sadness to me that he's no longer living.
I think today is the most serious I've ever seen her. Actually,
I
and
think
I'm kind of happy to see her actually having some respect for the proceedings and take it serious.
Yeah.
You're on trial for murder. Like she thinks that just saying I didn't intend for him to die is enough. Well, you did not do anything to prevent that death, and you were the only one there that could. And that is what reckless indifference is all about. You put him in a situation and left him there to die. She did help him get into that case. She zipped it up. He could not zip it up himself. It's impossible.
I'm curious how when she takes the stand, if we'll see any any change in her, because I feel like maybe it's starting to set in how screwed she is.
Perhaps. I think that I also have the opinion that I believe I believe her defense team really does monitor the socials in the field out here to see how she's being perceived. And I think they really did like let her know that she's not coming off very well at all. And because that can also be a predictor for the jury. You know, if everybody out here is seeing it, then the jury is seeing it too, you know. And I do think they did talk to her. And I do know that they are reporting on Twitter that the judge reprimanded her today.
Yeah.
Chastised her, reprimand. I don't know if reprimand is the right word, but did mention to her that there would be no more of that turning around and talking in the galley while the proceedings were going on. Pretty much alluding that she wasn't having respect for the process.
Yeah, that's disrespectful to the process, and it doesn't read well for the jury to observe behavior like that.
And this is not the Sara Boone show. Like, this is for the victim and the victim's family too, you know. And the family is in the court. Have some respect. Like,
that's why I'm so glad she's not representing herself, even though I feel her attorneys are not doing an excellent job. I just feel like if it was her defending herself, it would just have. We saw it with Daryl Brooks, and I feel like this case is very, of course, different than Daryl, and but I just feel like it would have been her. She just would have been on cloud 9 to be leading it and that kind of thing. I feel like just on adrenaline energy high, and it just would be very disrespectful to his family, who have been waiting for over 4 years to see this case reach the jury. And I'm amazed that she still doesn't seem to like show true remorse, but I'm wondering if as we approach her testimony, if we will see a different Sara from what we saw in the pretrial hearings. Because I
Well,
feel like
yeah.
she might be getting scared. So I'm like, well, what is she going to do? How's she going to pivot and try and weasel her way
Mhm.
out of this situation yet again? Like and I think we can expect probably some more story changes.
You know what, that's going to be the most interesting fact, because like, first of all, like, I'm very pleased with Judge Kraynick checking in every day that she is on board with this defense. She
Yes,
understands
he
everything,
is.
and he's dotting the i's and crossing the t's. She's
He
not going to
is,
be able to say
yes.
ineffectual counsel because she's agreeing all the way. And the other thing is that even though she's not pro se, I have no doubt that Sara Boone is running this show. She
Mhm.
laid out what she wanted. The attorneys like argued with her a little bit, like Owens, back and forth. But this is the defense that she wanted to present all along. I do think that this is one of the main issues for several of the attorneys that left, including Maurice Padilla, knowing that it was too risky and that it all hinged on her being believed in that there was great risk that she wouldn't be. And I think that risk is still there. And I think the judge is being very careful to make sure that she is aware of it. And it, you know, there's no way this is going to
Yeah,
get
he's
lost because of her. Like she, you know, it's been 4 years, like you said. The family deserves some closure at this point,
I'm so
and the
happy
last thing
with
we
the
want is
change of
more.
judge. Like I feel like the judge that made it to trial is just, you and I both have watched a lot of different cases and I've liked different judges before, but I don't know if I've ever seen someone that is just so clear, so
He is
dotting every single I,
he is
polite but also firm.
he is very good at dealing
Excellent.
with like contrarian type people. Let's put it that way. Difficult situations. It seems like this is not his first rodeo with a difficult defendant. With
Nope.
delays, he came on in January knowing that he was going to get this to trial. He did not want it for another 3 years like everyone else. He was like, nope, this is that. He read his first appearance, having been that prepared that he read everything on file already. He was ready. And when he did his order for pro se, he documented every time she was told by a judge that she was be risking her right to have a paid attorney by the state if this continued. Like, he documented every single time, in every reason, and every time he was ready. He knew what he was dealing with. Like, he read up on it. He talked to the other judge. Like, he knew. He read those letters, and then what did she grace him with? Oh, welcome, Judge Michael Kraynick. Here's a 58-page letter just for you.
Just for
The biggest
you.
one yet. Right. And he read every part of it. And it was like, well, we can only address so much. But you remember, he like tried to address most of it and then put it all back like on her, the parts that belonged on her, And I'm just like, he's been as patient, and when she was pro se, he did go out of his way to make sure that she had everything. But when she actually lied to them and said she didn't know what she was doing, after I had read in the prison records that from day one, when she got into the prison, she's been asking for library books on law and certain cases and stuff. She's been working her case from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
And she told
She's
everybody
a straight
how
A
proudly.
student, remember?
Oh, no, not only that. She was George's advocate for everything legal. Like, she was the go-to person. She was handling everything for him. But then sat in front of Judge Kraynick and said, like, she didn't know anything. And I was like, Sara has a warped set, like, she's just going to tell you whatever to get you to believe whatever she wants to put out there. She really cares about perception. I really do think she is like a covert narcissist. She comes off really nice, and as soon as you get to know her, like, nobody ends up liking her. She is all about like, she only talks to you to, like, she's only close to you to get what she's going to get. It's all about Sara, no matter what.
Yeah, and I anticipate with when Brian comes back, they'll probably on cross-examination. I couldn't believe how much time on the pre-trial motion was spent on the alimony. like it's irrelevant.
It is. They're going to try to say, well, they were trying to make him a hostile witness. Okay.
Yeah.
But like that's going to backfire because there's no, all he did was file a motion to say, I want this heard in court on why I should still pay her. He's still putting it in escrow, but as long as the motion exists and this trial hasn't been settled, you know, if Sara wanted her alimony, she should have kept an attorney and gone to trial in 21 with Maurice Padilla instead of like, you know, not listening to him.
I
and,
guess
you
she's
know.
upset she doesn't have the money for commissary juice boxes for
It is not, you know, as your ex-husband, I don't really think he needs to care if you have a juice box.
juice
Do you?
box.
You
No.
know, do you care? Like, I don't, where does she get off that entitled that he should care if she has a juice box in prison?
She's so dependent on him, but he's her ex-husband, and it's strange.
But he allows a little of that because of the child, but I think that's over now. I mean,
yeah,
I don't really see, even after this trial, him not filing for full custody and getting it, actually. I mean, seriously. Unless she's fully acquitted, which I can't really see happening, but like stranger things had happened, I guess. I can't see, no matter how much they throw at us, that video, which by the way, that was the first time I think that Sara may have seen that all the way through, because in the interrogations, in the investigation in the beginning, she wouldn't watch it.
No.
With the detectives. And I'm wondering, even if she had the evidence, if she actually watched it all the way through.
Yeah, she would say, I can't watch this. I don't turn it off. Like, I don't want to. And it's, this is making, I think at one point she's like, I'm going to die or something. And it's like, you're going to die watching this. How about him dying?
Oh, she said, she said, this whole thing is, she said, quote unquote, this whole thing is killing me. That's what she said.
It's killing me.
This whole thing is killing me. Yeah. And it was like, yeah, you know, George is dead on, you know, that is the truth. But I was glad to see the stipulation that George is the victim in this case, and he has been identified as the victim in this case, and that she can't really contest the lab report either. Like, they allowed that in, and the judge was very clear to make sure that she understood everything. And that's uncontested evidence by both sides. They can't even argue about it. Okay. Well, I think that's important to declare him as the victim in this case.
Yes.
I do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Certainly.
But like, I'm just like, when she takes the stand, you know it's going to be narrative, right? Her attorney doesn't even get to ask her questions to lead her.
No,
it's just going to be Sara's story.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was her attorney, I'd be scared. I'd be really worried.
How many days do you think we'll see her on the stand? Certainly more than one.
Oh my God. Like, I didn't even think about that. Like, I'm going to need to eat my Wheaties tomorrow, huh? Like, it could be days. We could be here for days with her. I don't know if I'm ready. Like, I mean, it's going to be fascinating. But
yeah, because I don't know how much the state could object, but I don't. If she's just up there speaking openly, I don't.
Yeah, but the state gets to cross-examine her.
Yes.
The
state would have. I think to cut
I don't know
her
if
off to keep things moving, the state would have to object. Like, this is.
Yes, they were gonna. What are they gonna say? Like, but what's the objection? Narrative. But she's allowed to do narrative. It's narrative testimony. So, like, what's the objection? You know, it has to be objections of foundation, uncontested fact, facts not in evidence, hearsay, like stuff like that. Yeah, because they're gonna have an actual, because Judge Kraynick doesn't play. Like, he's gonna let her tell her story, but it could be her undoing. I mean, I can't even imagine. Like, they saw her today and they saw her Friday. Like, who is she gonna present tomorrow when she testifies? Like, which version? Like,
every time she shuffles the papers, it cracks me up, because there's like this one black folder that I always will watch, and I'll kind of count how many times she moves it, because I'm like, is she moving the same thing around? Yes. And I think like in the pretrial motion hearings, you would kind of eye her, eyeing the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the camera would kind of start panning towards the clock, she would stop doing that. So it was like a performance strategy.
Yep. And she was actually, what social media was actually saying is like she was actually trying to act like she was the attorney. She was the professional at the table.
She's
Like she was
cosplaying as.
Yeah, she was cosplaying the whole like important thing instead of being afraid for her life, like she should be like spending the rest of her life in jail.
Yeah.
Or having any concern for the fact that her boyfriend is
She
dead.
should do the Amber Heard approach and just sit there taking notes. That would look better than shuffling a million papers.
Except for Amber Heard, remember when they exposed the fact that she wasn't actually even taking notes? The sheet was blank. Like that was so great. Somebody actually reminded me of that this weekend or Friday, like when we were talking. I was like cracking up. Like that was like.
And
hysterical.
I mean, I get it, like, because I thought about, how would you feel sitting there knowing all this camera's on you and everybody's watching you? I get wanting to try and act like you're busy. So yeah, I think I would write notes. That would be my.
I have no problem with her writing notes. She should be concerned about what's going on.
And it makes
the
sense.
giggling and the joking and the chatting it up like it's a girls' club, like during come on. Like I mean, really, seriously. They're actually doing testimony and she's turning behind to have conversations with the paralegals behind her. It has to be told by the judge. Could you just confer with your attorneys and act like this is like, serious? Like seriously. Like we didn't get to hear his words, but that was the gist of what they're saying on Twitter. But I wanted to answer this for Anna because this is actually very important. She says, so what do you think was the triggering point in that whole event? It's obvious she was already there when she said, that's what it feels like when you choke me. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think by the time she was that drunk, the batting had already happened.
I think so.
I think so. And already Mr. Henderson had said in one of the hearings what the overt act is. And she said that she became terrified
of the hand.
Of the fingers coming through the opening.
Which is him trying to save his life. So you could, in my opinion, when he brought that up, I'm like, that to me, your overt act could also be seen as an act of self-defense, saving my life by getting out of this suitcase that I'm going to suffocate in.
Right. And here's the problem I have with that statement that he made and with what she already said, because he said that she was straight because he knew she was going to retaliate for him hitting for her hitting him with the bat, or perhaps throwing him down the stairs, which they haven't admitted to yet. But based on the testimony of the neighbors who heard all that commotion, it does seem that based on the injuries that is a real possibility. And the medical examiner did say it's a real possibility that those injuries could have been caused by the suitcase going down the stairs. Okay. Also, some of them are caused by the bat. Yeah.
I've thrown suitcases that are even empty down the stairs. Like when I'm unpacking, and it's very loud. And so if you have, even though he was a slight, man, he wasn't huge, 100 pounds, like if you threw even a 50-pound bag of dog food or something down the stairs, it would make a thud. So a suitcase with someone in it would make a significant noise that your neighbor certainly would notice.
Yep.
Unmistakably notice.
Yep. And I agree. Anna is saying, but that's normal thinking, not battered spouse syndrome thinking. And I agree. That's the fault in the story that she's telling, that she became concerned of retaliation and knew she was going to get beaten, might be beaten to death, and she was in fear for her life. But it was after she had already retaliated on him and done all of this. And so then how is she not?
She was torturing him.
Exactly. So how is she not an active participation in this whole situation? See, that's where she says, I had no intent. Well, wait a minute, you had no intent. he's zipped in a suitcase and you're hitting him or threw him down the stairs. Like, there's retaliatory action here. How can you say you had no intent? They're all saying it's self-defense because a triggering moment happened that made her feel imminent threat. Well, you weren't feeling imminent threat when you had the bat in your hand and you were hitting him, or when you threw him down the stairs, like you were doing that retaliatory. Because you're not claiming the overt act until he put his fingers through the thing. And he didn't do that flying down the stairs. Okay?
No.
Yeah. So, like, that I don't understand.
I mean,
In
really, the
her own words.
prosecution, I've seen murder trials, and you probably have too, where I feel like the prosecution going for murder one had less to go with than this particular case, and they're going for murder two with her. So,
well, with murder two, the difference is that it is reckless indifference. She could have saved his life if she intervened, because we have to put a couple of facts on the table. Her hitting him with the bat or throwing him down the stairs did not kill him.
No.
Okay? Any injury that she caused to him did not kill him. The asphyxiation from the position in the suitcase, not getting out of the suitcase, killed him. It was an event that she wasn't in control of. He's in the suitcase, but she has active participation because she willingly helped him in the suitcase. Okay. And then she had reckless indifference to his life when he's begging her that he can't breathe to get out, and she's sitting on the couch laughing about it.
Oh yeah,
and
it's
that is murder too.
absolutely
That's murder
aggravated.
too.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
isn't
difference.
just an accidental thing, Sarah.
Right. It's not manslaughter when you sat there and laughed at him while he begged to get out. Okay. That's reckless indifference, and that is in the murder too. That's what elevated the charge. Okay. She could have pled to manslaughter and been done with this.
She should have.
Yeah. I agree. She should have. And I think that eventually,
I'm glad that she didn't, because I want her to serve more time, because I feel like what she's done is just so horrible, not just only in the fact that the act in and of itself, but the bat, the throwing it down the stairs, like this goes so much beyond just putting him in a suitcase. There's so many like things that elevate it.
Well, what they're saying about the battered spouse syndrome is all the lying. Her saying it was such a great day when the neighbors heard them arguing. Her saying there was no problem. She beat him with a bat. I mean, like she telling everybody, I never touched him. We were having a great day. Everything's been good. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't understand. I don't know what happened. She knows exactly what happened. Okay. She was drunk out of her mind. I agree. Okay. And she didn't realize perhaps that she took those videos, or she forgot about them. Okay. And she didn't understand what she was talking about the next day. But she had plenty of time afterwards to clear all that up.
Right. And if she wanted to, because I think honestly, if I was coming onto the case early on, I would maybe say, the body cam footage, I was drunk. So like, that seems like a reasonable kind of line of defense of like, I was drunk. So the initial body cam
being drunk the whole time.
Right. Exactly. So her story completely, when they came in at the 11th hour with that defense, it's like, no, the time has come and gone to lodge that defense. You've never, ever lodged that defense.
Right.
You can't just be like, now I got to save my skin at the 11th hour.
I think the jury's going to have a hard time once this evidence of all the investigation comes in and everything she said, and then listening to her testimony. There's going to be two completely different stories there. And they're really going to have to believe that Jorge Torres beat her so bad that she was terrified. And I don't see it. I see a tumultuous relationship, but I see her just as much an aggressor as him. And that's very common. Okay. I don't think he's innocent, but I surely don't see her as being just a victim in this place. I see her as also being very manipulative and controlling in his life, and actually being the aggressor in some cases,
Yeah,
especially like some of the body cam footage of the arrests with George, and I don't even know if these are going to make it into evidence because it depends on her testimony. But as soon as she calls to have him arrested, she's pleading with them not to take him away, and then saying how much she loves him, yelling across the street as he gets into the cab and yelling, "I'll be right there to bail you out."
I know
Like,
yeah.
and I know that that's normal in the, like, not normal, but I know he's calm in these
Yeah, it does
situations,
happen.
and it's
It
cycle,
happens.
all right? But usually it's like, if somebody's beating on you that bad and you like, you at least let them take them away, and then the next day you like go and get them. I'm talking immediately when they get there.
Mhm.
Like she just wanted like to mess him up, like in a way, it's a control thing. Like I
Well,
really
and
think it was a
I
control
think
thing.
I think she kind of like enjoyed the drama of the police being there and all this type of thing. But I don't know, it was like somehow
Some of
entertaining.
those drunk altercations she had with them are pretty funny. I mean, when she's going around and the guy said, "Oh Jesus, Sara, just go in the house," and she goes, "Do you need Jesus?" Like, and she's like flying around like dancing, and I'm like, "Oh, like Sara, this is not a good look." Like, I shouldn't like laugh about it, but it was quite funny to watch. Like, I'm just like, this woman's a trip. Like, she just has a totally different perception of herself as to what is actually being portrayed to the outside world. Like, she totally does not want to be called an alcoholic, yet she's been an alcoholic for a long
Yeah,
time,
I
since
don't
her
like I
child
like
was
to have my
born.
wits about me. You don't
Yeah.
sound like you have your
Yeah,
wits
I
about
don't
you in
drink
that
much.
video.
I don't. Oh, and the way that
We
she
only had
blames
one bottle
George.
of wine, and it's
Yeah,
like,
I only drink to keep George calm. Yeah, sure, Sara. Yeah. You've been drinking
okay.
since your child was born. It's the reason for your divorce. Like, come on now. Like, George wasn't the reason for your divorce.
Yeah, and I know like alcoholism is a disease, that kind of thing, but
I get it. But like, she definitely does not want to be referred to as an alcoholic, but now she has no choice. She has to face the facts. You could see how uncomfortable she is about it. She does not like when they talk about it. Like, she gets very concerned. When they started talking about alcoholism, she was taking notes like furiously. She was paying attention to every word they said. She does not like it at all to be referred to that way at all. I kind of
which
wonder what those
honestly,
first.
after all this amount of time in prison, clearly not consuming alcohol, you would think that maybe she would have started to kind of have some self-awareness on that. The fact that she still doesn't is really interesting. The shame, there's clearly shame, like she's ashamed, and so she doesn't want to admit it to herself. But it honestly it would come off better, I think, to the jury if she was like, look, I was unwell, I was sick in the head, I was an alcoholic at the time, I wasn't my best self, but I'm my best self now, or whatever. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure she had to she drove. It's been years, like she's been in prison, so I'm sure she has dried out. I'm sure they must have done something to alleviate her symptoms and helped her out there. Well, and it is like Anna is saying, denial of alcohol abuse is very common. Like, nobody really comes out and says, "Yup, I'm an alcoholic." Like, yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
it's usually after you face the fact and get treatment and all, then you start talking about it like that way. So I do
guess
understand.
she's not hit rock bottom. Is this not rock bottom for you?
I don't know, but like there is dry drunk behavior like that people have been talking about. Anna's mentioning it in the chat again, and like I see it mentioned everywhere in the socials about that, but I really don't understand what it is. I really don't. Is it that they still act like the bad behaviors that they had when they were under the influence of alcohol? Like, I don't understand what they actually mean.
I should look into that. That is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. And I do understand that a lot of her behaviors are actually typical of abuse situations. I get that. And I don't want to not say that she's a victim like of abuse, because I do think that they were horrible to each other.
Yeah, I think they have a very toxic, volatile relationship.
Well, just like in the Johnny Depp case, like, did he do things that were wrong? Yes. Was he the primary aggressor? I don't think so. I still don't. And I think they proved it. Yeah, right? No, it was Amber Heard. And yeah, maybe she did get hit, and maybe she did get things that, said to her in nasty texts and all this other stuff. But was he the primary abuser? No, I think the things that she did were much more violent, much more physical, and than anything he did.
Yeah, and I know in that case I'm not denying that he clearly had substance abuse issues, but I also feel like some of his substance abuse issues were a symptom of that volatile relationship that they had. And so he kind of was escaping
and
into
his
alcoholism.
childhood. Yes.
Yes.
Knowing that he
It was a trauma response,
right,
basically.
a trauma response, basically. In knowing about the situation when he was younger and how he responded to any type of abuse by running away and hiding, there was classic symptoms of that's what he would do: get away from her, lock himself in a bathroom.
Yeah,
whatever.
and she was on tape mad about it.
Right, and that was his normal behavior for these situations
he's
when he
trying
was
to
younger.
de-escalate the situation.
Exactly, because that was his learned behavior to de-escalate when he was younger. And to hear his mother and sister testify to that, like, wow, like that was his go-to. And then you saw it in all of the audio, you saw it in the video, where even when he was like in the kitchen bashing stuff up, he was just like, stop filming me. Like, why are you trying to do that? Like, just get away from me. What are you doing? Like, he was trying to get away from her, and she never wanted him to get away from her, like to stop it. Like, he would just like, we need to stop this,
Yeah.
Well,
the worst audio of that trial, and I know we're totally detouring, but was when
but it's still about abuse.
He was trying to go in and see his daughter, and she was like, "No, you're killing me," blah, blah. And he's like, "I just want to spend a couple hours with my daughter."
Yeah,
that was very painful to hear. Just like
you're
people
killing
are
me
entitled,
because I'm upset about I did something wrong. And now you forgave me, but now you're leaving to go visit with somebody else. But I need you here. Like, I don't want you telling anybody. I think it was more a control thing with her. She didn't want him telling anybody what was going on.
That's what I think it was. I think it was a control and a manipulation tactic. And it was a painful audio for me to listen to, because I felt I personally, I don't like Amber Heard, but I felt sad for her listening to that. Like, gosh, like, you're kind of pitiful, like, I want better for you even than that.
I did until the psychologist testified about her personality disorders. I saw how in every relationship she copied everything about, like, and then I was like, no, I don't feel sorry for you anymore. You're a sick woman, and if you won't get help, I'm not feeling sorry for you. Like, I that's where I draw the line. Like, when people
I
are like
wonder
that,
what
they won't help
Dr. Curry
themselves.
would make of Sara.
I think she'd run. I don't think she'd want to even talk to her, to tell you the truth. She thinks she have enough with Amber Heard. Like, why would she want to get involved with Sarah Boone? Like, but that would be a fascinating interview. Like,
It would. Like, how sometimes Ben Chu appears on Law and Crime? They should have Dr. Curry on every now and then, just to kind of that would be fascinating.
Ben Chu has actually commented on the Boone trial. I think
he has. He definitely.
I know I know he's commented on Kohlberger and a few others. I'm pretty sure he did on Boone too. I just love Ben Chu. I do, Stu. He was great. I mean, like, I that was a really hard trial to get through, but I'm kind of glad I did it. Like, that was really long, and it was really hard. And I did it on another channel. I actually did it on oh gosh, why can't I remember the name of Randy's channels? Help me out there tomorrow, kiddo, to remove somebody. Something the absurd. I forget the first word. But anyway, I did it on his channel every day. And they were long days, and it was really long. This one's going to be, I heard that the state may wrap up today or tomorrow morning at the latest.
Yeah, I think they're reserving a lot of their case for rebuttal.
Yeah. Oh, Auditing the Absurd. Thank you so much, Tomorrow Kiddo. That was the name of the channel that I did the Johnny Depp. And then my friend Mandy and we did a lot of the examinations of the evidence and debunking of things and stuff like that. And we would do like a weekly show on it. And we were also streaming before the trial about it, going over, getting everybody ready with all the stuff that was already out here. And it was odd because we knew more than what the jury was going to know, because a lot of it didn't get submitted into the jury or got edited, as far as what they could do. And it was like,
Yeah, and I still haven't even fully gone through the unleaked files, because I've read a portion of them, but there really is a lot that I feel like I personally don't know, because I haven't taken the time to fully go through all
wanted to
of
get
the unleaked.
the transcripts so that we could see the sidebars and stuff. But I didn't actually get them either. I really should, to complete the file. I don't know. I didn't go through the process of getting them. Because the transcripts you have to pay for. And I know someone did, and it was like almost $3,000 or something. Like they did a GoFundMe or something for it. It was crazy. But it was a lot. It was a lot. And then it was already over with, so I was just like, that would be interesting, but I don't want to stream on it anymore. Like Mandy and I were done. Like it was we followed it from all the way back when she first was going to threaten in the divorce. Like we followed it all the way back then, through the Sun trial, through the whole thing. And so like we were done. It was years now. Whatever the sidebar said, it doesn't matter anymore because they lost. Okay, no, it's done. Johnny Depp won, and that's all there was to it.
It really would just be more material to chuckle at her attorneys over.
True, but like I was so sick of Elaine in her cardigan. And she just fell out. Kelly, you just fell out. Okay, I hope she pops back up. Yep, bring her back up. But yeah, like not to get too far off track there. But thank you very much, Tomorrow Kiddo and Turtle Moves. Oh, there she is. She's back. You just fell out. You got excited and you fell out, but you muted. I don't have you muted. You have to unmute yourself, dear Kelly. Hopefully she
Here
can.
I am.
There you are. You got excited and just fell right out. Like you just fell right out.
I was moving my phone and I accidentally hit something with my thumb, the delete button. And I was like, wait, no.
There you go. Whoop, there she went. Like she got too excited. But yeah. No, I do love live trial coverage. It is exhausting because it's a long day. But I just, there's nothing like watching the proceedings. I do enjoy it very much.
I enjoy it too.
This time we got to watch some of the jury selection. Did you see any of it? Like that was fascinating.
I did catch some of it, and it was really interesting. I always find jury selection interesting. I've only seen it in a couple of different proceedings. But I personally, even though I've been a registered voter since I was 18, I've never been called to a jury. So it's always fascinating to me kind of to see what it would be like. But if I ever am called for a jury, which I would be happy to serve, it is a service to your community. But this trial is long, so the individuals that claim that they had COVID, they may really have had COVID, because I know it's going around, but I'm just kind of like, did they really have COVID? Or they think, how long is this trial going to be?
Oh, this is only 3 weeks. Kohlberger's going to be months. Are you kidding? Kohlberger's going to be like 3 months.
That's going to be like 4 months. Or look at the YSL Young Thug trial.
That's over a year now, right? Like that's been going on for over a year.
There's no way I couldn't do it.
I don't know if I can.
Like, how could you even?
I don't.
I don't even understand that poor jury. Like, how could you sit all day, every day in that case?
I know, for over a year. Like, can you imagine? Or like the Kohlberger for months. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be like, that's going to be a big trial too.
It's going to be a big trial, but we're not going to be able to see it, which is so. I'll just have to keep.
What do you mean? They have not said that.
Well, I'm just guessing because we haven't seen any of the hearings to date. I guess it could change.
I
But-
just saw a hearing the other day. Actually, they're public, the hearings. Like, it's
Oh.
on. Yes, the Kohlberger hearings, only certain ones have been privatized based on the information. The ones on jury selection and the ones about the questions and all, and then certain other ones. But we actually watch. And they're going to do the death penalty, and I don't know if that's going to be
I'll have
public
to
or
tune
not.
back in because when
Yeah.
I was seeing that they were not available was
There's a
pretty
couple of
early
them.
on in the case, and so
Yeah,
I just felt like
Yeah, look in my playlist. There's a couple of them right there. Like,
Okay, yeah.
and but yeah, and now that it's in Ada County, and remember, like Lori Vallow and Daybell, they're both from Idaho, and they were definitely public. I mean, no,
yes,
Lori Vallow's what? Yeah, it was.
hers was
actually.
public, and it was one of the more painful trials I've ever watched.
Mhm.
It was
I reported on it, but I didn't
awful.
cover it every day.
It was so dark. It was so dark.
I did Letitia Starch, and that was enough for me. Like the too many kids, like that was.
Yeah,
And
I have a hard time, like, because there's another case that's actively going on right now that you've probably seen. I'm blanking on her name. I was looking into it last night in Georgia.
Uh-huh.
A
Mhm.
mom who
The Simon case, the Liliani.
yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
And I'm like, I
can't with kids. Nope.
I did
just
watch the
can't.
treadmill murder trial, and I was like, I think I can't. It's too hard for me when there's kids involved. It's very. dark
I
and
do
painful.
understand that everybody likes to see it because they want justice for these children, and I'm all for that. It
No,
just takes
100%.
it just takes too much out of me. I'm not able to stay unbiased. I'm not able to not get emotional feels about it. Like, and I know myself too well.
Yeah,
Like, it
it does
affects me
invoke
too
an
much.
emotional response. Like
Yeah. It was hard for me with
heartbreaking.
Daybell because of the involvement of the children and all. It was really hard to stay unbiased. It really was. And I don't like to feel like that, but I did see that one all the way through. But it was because of the death penalty and the difference between the two cases between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, because it's the same incident, same people involved. Almost a lot of the evidence is the same. And yet both trials were so different, like so different, in the way that they were handled by the judges and stuff. But, I'm still waiting to see what happens with the automatic appeal because it's death penalty in the Chad Daybell, but I don't see it getting overturned. I don't. Well,
I
we'll
do see Murdaugh getting another trial, which
And I'm all for that, actually, believe it or not.
I am
like, as long as
too.
that was. I think that the jury selection process and the jury proceedings themselves are sacred, and they have to be protected. And any whiff of impropriety needs to be weeded out. And let the state prove their case again, because I don't think Judge Newman did anything wrong, but Becky Hill has tainted the whole process.
She did, and I was surprised that the state judge
Judge
didn't
Toll?
grant the new
Yeah.
trial, because I felt like, wow, at least
Well, it was
one juror, and she's up there talking about. I just feel like, okay, this has been tainted. Even if you're thinking it's tainted
did.
only 2%, I think, okay, out of respect for the process.
Yeah. But they do
um,
leave it to the judge's discretion. Like, she was well within her rights, reading the statute, that she gets to determine, like, if it was tainted enough. Like, that jury member who said that their decision was affected, when she further questioned her, she decided that it wasn't affected enough that she would have changed her
mind
determination or changed her mind. And she's well within her rights to do that. I have only one problem with what she did. When she made her announcement, she wasn't very careful with her words, and they're being used against her, because she said she had determined that the jury made the correct outcome based on the evidence, and that he was guilty. Like, basically saying in her opinion.
Her opinion, yeah.
Right. And so you can't do that as a judge. And even though I don't think she was saying it as her opinion, I think she was saying, as a matter of fact, the evidence was there, and I agree with the evidence, and the jury made the right call. which is what she said and has every right to, she put it in such wording that it sounded like, in my opinion, they made the right call. He's guilty. Boom.
Yeah,
And
she should have picked her. You could say by weight of evidence.
Right. And
Something
so, it's
appears
being used
that
against her, like
yeah.
unfairly, but it is being used against her. In that way, I also think that a retrial, should be granted because of that statement and because of Becky Hill. And the one juror who said that they were affected, no matter how much, like it is up to the judges.
I hope Becky Hill doesn't write another book.
Oh God, she could not. I mean, she didn't even get to sell the first one. Everybody involved with it backed out,
Oh, Becky Hill. I wonder if she's had to move.
Oh gosh, like she should actually move out of the whole state. If she was.
I think she would.
But she
need
can't
to.
because she's under investigation and she's got criminal charges filed at her. She can't go anywhere. Like she got some answering to do because she was a little dirtier than just the book.
Mm-hmm.
Like they found her making some money transfers and doing some shady stuff. And then, what's all this about her son and some wiretapping? Like, holy moly, did that blow up?
That's interesting.
Oh my. Oh yes. To get information about cases and stuff. Oh yeah. Like it kind of blew up real bad. But I gotta tell you, there's nothing. South Carolina is a whole bunch of mess. Like every part of it. In the judicial system, the political system, the whole thing. Like it was all blowing up, like at the time. Like so, like Becky Hill's just the tip of the iceberg there as far as officials doing the wrong thing and all of this going on. Like it's crazy. Like I stopped following it because it got so crazy. It really did. But even though, if Murdaugh does get a retrial, Kelly, it's not gonna matter. Like even if he gets acquitted of the murders, he's in jail for life. Because he lost his appeal on the sentencing for all of the financial crimes that he actually admitted to. And he got a lot of years. Like he's staying there. And he can't get out on those. The appeals, he's going like, no, they won't even. He's not got an option there. So even if they do get the retrial, even if he gets acquitted, everything gets overturned, he's not getting out. But it seems to be important to him not to be called a murderer. So we'll see.
It does. But factually, who else? What other explanation is there?
Oh, this is Juju coming and bringing us back to Sara Boone. She says, I'm behind, but I agree. I have not seen one iota of remorse. That's an answer to your comment earlier about Sara Boone. And then she's saying, I do think we will all see a different side of her. It will be for manipulation purposes and not true emotion or for the truth of the matter. That's right. It'll be what they call like Sara telling her truth, which will be
I think she's going to pivot and try and weasel her way out in a different way. She's always trying to manipulate whoever her audience is. So I think she's going to pivot and change her story again.
Did you see the hearing where she testified, where she was on the stand and she testified in the motion to suppress?
Yes.
What did you think of her presence on the stand?
The whole time I just was thinking, if you really are smart, you won't testify before a jury, but you're not going to be able to resist. Because
It seemed to me like she was happy to finally get her story out. Like she just wants people to listen to her side of the story. And
she loves having the mic.
Yeah.
Loves it.
She looked a little too comfortable up there and happy to be like expressing all of this, but I didn't find her credible because I know
I didn't find her credible either.
Yeah.
And I don't see her pivoting to the point where, and say like the Amber Heard trial, or you've probably seen other trials where they'll have a witness kind of giving emotion and people will act like it's performative. I don't know if I see her going to the lengths of like trying to cry on his behalf, but I do think she's going to try and manipulate them in a different direction.
I think we're going to see two different people up there. She's going to be one way during narrative. And when asked questions, she will be another way. Like, she doesn't take to pushback very well, and I think she'll falter. But I also see her craftily using language in certain
Has
words
anyone
to
done body
manipulate the
cam
jury.
or not body cam, body
Oh yeah,
language?
there have been behavioral, and
Yeah, because
actually,
I
I
find
was
her
gonna
fascinating to watch. I really do.
you want to know what a really fascinating video I watched last night? I was gonna mention this for Juju. A channel called Guilty Words, a psychologist who actually looks at the language that is used, and they did the opening statements between like Mr. Owens and Will J, the ADA, and it was fascinating. And I agreed with everything she said. Well, she talks about all the particulars of language, and I was gonna tell everybody like that is a good video to go watch before
Yeah,
Sarah's
share the
testimony,
link. I'll definitely
before her
watch it.
testimony, because she actually, like talks about the different ways we use language to manipulate and what it represents and how people go about it and stuff. And it was just absolutely fascinating. Hold on, I'm looking it up right now.
Well, and like after her motions hearing testimony, I circled back to watching the body cam and the interrogation. I didn't watch the full interrogation again. However, I've definitely seen it at least twice all the way through. But it's fascinating to me to kind of use those as benchmarks to where she is today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here it goes. It's called this one is called From Predator to Prey. And here you go. I'm putting it in the chat actually right now. For you, I can put it in the, I don't know if you can grab it from the private chat, but I can put it in. But actually, you know what? I'll put it in your Twitter messages so you have it. How's that?
Yeah. And I've got this
Oh, do you got it? Okay. Yeah. All right. But guys, this one was so good, Juju. If you can still hear me, man, this one, I know you've seen some of her other stuff. This is actually was so excellent on the opening statements because she actually goes into detail on why, like the use of language and what this represents and what that represents and how they do it. And she was talking about.
She's got a series called Daily Zingers from Sarah's trial.
Oh yes, she does, and the way she presents stuff is the way she does video. I'm quite impressed at her video skill. The way she like highlights everything and puts it all out, and when she gets to Sarah's personality thing with the flower, and it's got all the petals of all the things.
I'm going to her
so
stuff.
great.
I'm gonna watch her because she does the Edelson family stuff as well, which I'm fascinated by them.
Yeah, I'm very happy I found that channel. I've been quite entertained, and I find a lot of the information very useful also.
Yeah, that's really neat.
What is that calling from? What? You know what? Chill, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying there, Purple. I'm sorry. Oh, you're kidding because the lady's name is all right. Okay. Now I get it. She's kidding because I'm like, what are you talking about a McDonald's order? And I'm not calling you. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. I just got all confused. I'm sorry, Kelly. I lost my train of thought.
I'm not eating McDonald's, but I'm definitely eating juice boxes and peppermints.
I know. And let's have some Pop-Tarts in honor of, like, Sarah Boone. Oh, and she wants some cookies and chips too because she just can't make it through the day. It's so stressful.
I'm surprised.
Like,
and you really can tell that her attorneys are kind of doing her bidding because I don't think if they had any control over her, they would not even have brought that ridiculous motion.
Or the showers. Like, these are prison issues. They are not for the judge. The judge is not going to say, would you please shower her before she gets, like, come on. Like, this is actually, Sara knows the vehicle to handle this. She's supposed to be going through regular channels of the prison. She's been told this over and over again. I don't get it, but I guess she just figures like she's gonna wield whatever powers she can get, you know. Well, anyway,
Do you think her judges to please her have been bringing her juice boxes every day?
No, I don't actually. I
hope they're not, but I feel like they don't have a
actually, the
backbone,
look on
so I
Mr.
think they might.
Yeah, but I don't know. The look on Mr. Owens' face, I think he's over it, to tell you the truth. Because if you remember, before he even took the case, he tried to get the plea deal. And he tried to get Sara to go on that and they negotiated. Then he got this excellent plea deal at the end for her, and she turned it down. And I don't think he's happy about that. Because I actually don't think Mr. Owens thought he was ever going to have to go to trial. Because he only had a couple of weeks. And look at all the delays he did. Look at how he didn't do anything. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
He dumping 550 pages on people the day before trial. Like, come on. Like, no. They did not think they were going to have to do all this work. I don't think they're prepared. I think they literally thought they were going to not go to trial.
And I understand that most, like, repeatedly he'll be like, we only got this case 45 days ago. But yes, you knew the terms when you came on.
And the judge clearly told them that on day one. You knew what you were getting into. Because if you didn't, you should have read my order. Because it said not even the hiring of a new attorney will delay this trial. Like, you knew it. You met with her 4 days. He even said you met with her 4 days before. You knew what you were getting into. You had access to everything. Not my problem. Yours, sir. Like, done. I don't want to hear it.
No take backs.
Yeah, that's it. No take backs. You wanted your 15 minutes of fame. This is it. You wanted the spotlight. This is it. It's just not what you thought it was, but this is what you got. Like, this is it. It's the price you pay. But Anna said that's the key issue I'm not seeing in Sara. There's no remorse. The majority of abused women have extreme remorse. They blame themselves. Yes, because
she doesn't even exhibit. She doesn't seem afraid. Like, this battered wife syndrome.
No.
Like, especially in the interrogation video. Like, she's not like trembling or I was afraid or breaking down. Or she doesn't seem rattled at all by him.
Nope. She seems annoyed that she's there and they're not believing her. And you can watch her try to manipulate the conversation several times. So, like, yeah. And no, the Sara that we've seen in every hearing has been in total control.
The Miranda rights thing was so silly to me because I'm like, at the first 2 minutes of that interrogation, the detective says, all right, so we're going to read through your rights again. Like,
that was their only chance of getting all of the words that she already said that are going to contradict what she's going to say now out of the jury's presence. That was their only shot.
Yeah.
Because everything she's going to say is going to be in contradiction to everything she previously said. And the jury gets to hear both of them. And they get to decide what is more credible or reasonable. Okay. And it's going to be really just a matter of their perception on how she is on the stand or what's reasonable about what she says. And if she tries to say that the overt act was him poking his fingers through there, I want to hear the sequence of events because it's not clear to me what the timeline is on when things happened. When did the overt act actually happen? Before you tossed him down the stairs and hit him with a bat, or after? Okay, because if she was so threatened and was in fear for her life, why did she go upstairs and go to sleep?
Yeah. If I was that afraid
the front door was closer.
I would leave, or I would, in her situation, I would call my ex-husband because I call him for everything. You know,
exactly. The front door was right there. If she's worried about him getting out of the case, if she's so worried about him getting out of the case that she hit him with a bat, did she? Here's what I'm thinking. Did she know he was dead when she went to bed? Because if you are really feared for your life, wouldn't you want to know the situation and the fear is resolved before you went and relaxed?
Yeah.
So that's
and
what
then
doesn't make
in the
sense to me.
morning, she
Yeah.
says, like, I woke up, but then I just kind of laid around in bed, like,
Yeah, she wasn't afraid of him coming up and attacking her, right?
yeah.
So did she know he was dead? Like, I want to know the timeline. Like, I really want to hear from Sara the timeline of what happened. Seriously, because how did you go upstairs? If there's an overt act that put you in a state that you were in fear for your life beyond reason because you've got battered spouse syndrome. Battered spouse syndrome doesn't vanish like that just because you get the notion to go to bed, or it doesn't. Like, she
No.
would still be in that state, would she not? Unless something happened to remove her from it, like resolving the issue, like he was
Yeah.
dead. You know?
Because if you're that afraid, your nervous system's going to be unregulated. And so you're going to have an elevated heart rate. You're going to be kind of in a state of flight or fear, that, in a panic state. No, she just seemed to kind of mosey on up and go to bed. Maybe with a little like, fuck him down there.
Yeah, you know what? She seemed in control sitting on the couch taunting him. She seemed like to be enjoying herself. She didn't seem very afraid to me.
No.
And so, but apparently the overt act happened after that caused her to be triggered into a state of thinking she was going to die, that he was going to kill her. Because that's what this self-defense thing is all about. And I just don't see it.
Yeah, I think it's just I think it's them kind of throwing it at the wall because they don't have much to go with. But when he was arguing it, the one attorney he's my least favorite. Whenever somebody gets up to cross-examine, I'm like, oh God. But he did raise a point of, if you point a gun, like, you don't have to shoot it for that to be kind of menacing. Which I'm like, I guess, like, fine, he's trying to compare a hand to a gun, but also,
okay, but
it
what,
is
you wiggle a
self-defense.
you wiggle a finger at somebody and they like, okay, what?
Right,
Like,
but also
yeah,
it's
it's still.
self-defense. She could, if she was so afraid, she could have left. She didn't. She went upstairs to go to bed. Like, there's so many other facts surrounding that
True, but they have to show
overt
the
act. Yeah.
they have to show the overt act that put her in that state. They do. That made her believe that she was threatened that way. And they have not done that. Sara has to do that. And I just can't wait. Like, she's going to say, he wiggled a finger at me and I knew I was going to die.
Yeah. And I don't want to be like too much of, because I know there's like why women don't leave, but it is like, if you're calling your ex-husband over this much, you're going to his house to get away from him. Like, why didn't you
did it
go to his
multiple
house?
times. Like, right. She
that
did
night?
it multiple times. She has called the police on him and she has gone to Brian's house. So why this time didn't she?
Right.
Exactly. Like, if you're that afraid, like, see, that's what doesn't make sense to me. Like, if it actually did occur and you did get that afraid, like you said, why didn't you do what you normally do? Which is go to Brian's and call the police. Because, like, if you're afraid of them getting out of the suitcase, then how did you abate that fear? How did you get rid of it? Where did it go? And what happened to make that fear go away? Was it the bat? Did you now know that he was silenced? Like,
Yeah, and
you
like,
went to bed?
I'm back to thinking about the body cam. Remember, she wasn't asking for a juice box, but she really wanted like a Diet Dr. Pepper or a Dr.
She wanted
Pepper.
Dr. Pepper and water and cigarettes,
Yeah.
and like she wanted to get into the house and get her
She
stuff.
was more worried about the dogs, which I won't. One thing I will say is at least she seemed concerned to some degree about the dogs, because I love dogs, but she seemed more concerned about them and herself than him, and he was dead.
She did. She's like, wants cigarettes and all, and he's laying right there. Like, he's still laid out. Like, that was so hard to see in the body cam footage that his body was still just laying.
I know, it was heartbreaking because
and she's out there going, I don't, I need water. Like, how long do I have to stay here? Like I'm just like, not once did she, I mean, I've
she's
actually
a piece of
seen,
work.
I've actually seen some videos where they actually were questioning if she even gave him CPR because she knew he was dead. That she just faked it on the phone with them. She didn't do any of it.
Yeah,
But
I mean, honestly, with her, I wouldn't put it past her to fake it. Nothing she does surprises me at this point.
mhm. And then she took him out of the suitcase. Um, I don't know. And didn't call 911.
I don't know if there's anyone reporting like from the courtroom, maybe on court TV later. I'm just curious now that the jury has seen that video, like if anybody in the gallery would say the jury looked horrified
Oh,
or
they did. I actually said it. When they did the pictures from the ME, they were actually taking notes, and there was several of the women jurors that looked very upset at just the photographs. Then they showed the video, and they said that the jury was visibly affected. Several members of the jury were
yeah.
making audible gasping noises in like
Yeah.
not like but like quiet, like, oh, like we would, like when we watch it and we're going, oh,
Yeah, the first
oh my
time I
God.
saw that video, I was just
Right.
it was heartbreaking.
They said that there was some visibly upset jury members. It did not, it was upsetting to many of them. And they were taking notes in
I truly think and I've sent it to friends to watch too, and I've told them, I said it's only 2 minutes long, but I feel like it is maybe the most disturbing video that I've ever seen. But there's no blood, there's no gore, there's nothing. But it just
it's
his
just her
pleading
words
for his life
presenting.
and her menacing him, it was just disgusting.
And then just the fact, like, that that's his last words, that's all, that's it. And to know that he was gone right after that, like, it's just it's just too much. And like, I understand, like, if you're in a abusive relationship, the want for retaliation, the want for the taunting, but the more that he kept begging that he couldn't breathe and all, and then the fact that she just went up to bed, like, just the possibility that
When she's like, he's like, Sara, that's my name, don't wear it out. Like, oh my gosh.
she said that she told the detectives that she thought he was playing, like he was making it up. And I'm like, well, that could be possible. She could have thought that. But like, when he kept it up, like, and you were going to bed, why didn't you just let him out when you were going to bed? Like,
Yeah, even if she just unzipped it partially to help give him like some leeway to help him get out, like on his
he's
own.
what, 5'2", 103 pounds? Go upstairs and lock the door and go to bed. Like, come on. Like,
Yeah,
really?
or if you're really that afraid, do what you've done in the past and go to your ex-husband's.
Or call the police. Exactly. But it was more important that she just like leave him there and go to bed, which is why I want to know if he was alive when she went to bed. And they cannot determine the time of his death. They can't.
Yeah.
And I understand, like, it's not possible. They can give you a range, but because I really don't think he was alive when she went upstairs, because I can't wrap my head around how did the imminent threat abate itself? Like, where did it go? It doesn't just vanish. If you've been triggered, you're triggered. Yeah. It's like, it's just like, this is much more like, yeah. I'm happy you came up. It's nice to talk about the case.
I feel like we've been waiting so many times at this point. Like, oh, is it going to happen, the trial? Because we've been approaching trial numerous times.
Oh yeah,
And then
like
it's
for a long time.
Yeah. So it
But
feels good that we're finally here and able to see the case actually go to trial finally.
Yeah.
What a relief for the county.
Right. And especially after all the expense, how many numerous attorneys and all of this. And like, I do agree with Anna, this defense, in her not actually fitting it very well, it just seems like such a violation, and it actually hurts the real victims of battered spouse syndrome that use this defense, adequately so. But my goodness, and it's really confusing on how they think they're going to be able to prove it. Because she is so controlled, and she was in control. And I don't see how, if she was triggered, how it went away and she just went to sleep. And I can't wait to see what the actual state does about that, or how the jury reacts to it. We still got a ways to go. Rocket Couch says, I wonder, could her delay to call 911 had been a measure to make an autopsy harder? I thought of that, because if he was dead and she went up to bed, delay would actually help, in not being able to determine the timeline. I think so. I think it could be possibly, but I don't think we're ever going to know. I don't think there's any way to.
No, I don't think we'll ever know the true timeline, because the only two people were there playing hide and seek were Sara and George, and it's just, I don't see her ever being totally truthful just by giving her pattern up to this point, which
exactly.
It's sad, because and I'm sure this happens so often. In fact, I'm positive it does. Like, the family, they're never going to get all of their unanswered questions answered.
That's true.
I hate that for them, but I'm grateful that she is finally sitting on trial and she's not representing herself, because it just would be a total circus if she was pro se like Terrell Brooks. And they have waited for so long for this trial to take place, that I'm just glad that
I think actually having the attorneys there, even though she is running the show, having the attorneys there kind of makes it so there won't be an actual overturn based on inadequate misrepresentation or any violation of the rights, because now the judge is able to really dot all those I's and cross those T's with the attorneys, and everything's being done
every
much more.
single day.
Although
Are you happy with your defense?
and lazily.
Yes. What happens
defense,
if, say,
I'm not too
tomorrow, what happens if she says no?
He will question her as to what, because he said that about Cashman. She called Patricia Cashman, her previous attorney, a liar.
Yes.
And the judge pressed, what did she actually lie to you about? I need particulars. You can't just say that. So she's going to say no, and he's going to say explain, and she's going to have nothing to say. And it's not going to, he's going to document, he's good. He's really good, Kraynick. She's not going to get away with a simple,
he is
I'm not
thorough.
happy. Because he's going to be like, and ... that don't fly here. What's the rest of it? We need more. You can't just do that, Just like he told the attorneys, I need case law. Well, you can't just come here and throw an argument at me and have nothing to back it up. Come on. Yeah, and it's practically trying to educate them on the law, on what they should be doing.
I know.
You think they'd be embarrassed, but no, they I don't know. They just, I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot going on with those attorneys. I keep telling everybody, I'm going to do a stream after this trial is over, just on the defense attorneys. I'm serious. There's too much there.
I see action.
Oh, we're coming back. Yes, we're coming back. We're back. Here we go. Yeah. Get it up there. There we go. I saw heads. I don't want to be
I saw the camera move around. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen. He's going to announce whether we're staying late today in a couple of minutes, or whether we're going home for the afternoon, because I don't know if they want to start. He said, maybe if they don't want to stay late, he'll just make the defense wait till tomorrow to cross-exam, which is going to really annoy them, because the jury will have the last statements of the prosecution in their head when they go home tonight. Nobody likes that. You want both sides. You don't want them going home with one side or the other.
Yeah. Thinking, okay.
Yeah, because whether they want to or not, they'll be thinking about it. Like it'll be there.
Well, it's inescapable. They won't be able to stop from thinking over today's testimony and that the video. And yeah,
Mm.
it's got to be so like they can't talk about the case with anybody. Like, oh, I'm not envious of these jury members because it's just one of those things that you'd probably want to get home and be like, you would not believe what happened. Like, but you can't.
I just had to make us bigger. We looked like two little ants sitting there on the screen. I just like, sorry about that, guys. Like getting all like that, but it was just bugging me. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm glad they're coming back. Like they brought it up quick. Like they're waiting for them to come back quick. So that's always good. Judge Kraynick had a very long delay this morning. You know, a lot of the delay was because there was a long line for the jury to get in. There was some kind of security visual, like they couldn't tell the jury members from regular people, and so the jury was late. Sara was late. Like it was a whole big thing. And then we do have like first people were asking, well, maybe somebody was sick or something on the jury, and then like that. I think Kraynick would have had handled that really quick. It's just a matter of like putting an alternate in their place, and that's it. So I don't think it would have been a big issue, you know, at all. It's just with that delay though, now they're going to be behind. The state had planned on closing out today, I think, with the detective's testimony, to tell you the truth. And that's what Mr. Owens was out there telling everybody. But because of the delay, they're a couple hours behind. I'm sure they thought that they would start with the videos and all before lunch and then finish up after. Well, there we go. But Kraynick likes his hour and a half lunch. But they did go through the break this morning. They did go through the break this morning.
He's got to get himself a Pop-Tart.
I know. I doubt he's eating Pop-Tarts though.
He's probably never eating a Pop-Tart again.
No, not when I saw his face when he said, no, Miss Boone will not get any other privileges that everybody else in the Orange County prison system facing murder charges gets. Like, no. You're not getting anything more than anybody else that's before me.
She's getting the fair, adequate treatment that everybody is getting. And I think he even said, like, at one point it came up, like, her lunch does include cookies. So there you go.
He said, like, that's what she, like, too bad. And actually, for all of the things, they're worried about their defense. And Owens actually petitions the judge about the schedule because he wants them to talk to the prison because of a shower, because they get her up at 2:00, you know, because, like, they've got to bring the clothes to her and make special arrangements. This was all based on what they wanted, the reason she has to get up so early. So what is that the judge's problem? Like, this is what you wanted, right?
It's
so she
truly
can have
what you asked for.
Exactly. And now you're complaining about it.
Stylist, hair, makeup. Because the glam squad takes time, okay?
Yeah, but she didn't get the makeup.
No.
Barely gets to, like, just comb her hair.
Yeah,
she did
she's
get
not
a
high
haircut.
glam.
It does look decent. Right. Well, she gets to take a shower at night, but she's complaining because, like, she gets back there by 9:30 or whatever, based on the showers, whatever. Like, so what? Like, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, these are the things that all of us have to deal with in our lives. You know, showering before work, commuting, all of these things. It's just part of adulting, Sara. And you're residing in a jail.
And getting lawyers to write motions about when you take your shower. Like, I'm not having much sympathy for that at all. I actually thought that was a waste of the attorney's time. I'm glad the state is not paying him to do that. Like,
I
really.
wish over the weekend I was watching some of Nancy Grace in her coverage of Diddy, and she was going on about Diddy whining about the prison food and all these things, like boo-hoo. I'd love for Nancy Grace to weigh in on Sara's snacks.
Oh my God. She's going to have a field day. She'll be happy with what the judge said, but
Oh,
like, yeah.
absolutely, she would
She
be.
will be like, why didn't he say it immediately? Why did it take a day and a half? Like,
Motion
he should have said
denied.
that. Motion denied
Denied.
immediately. It was like, and
He's
sanction the
but he's
lawyer
so
for even.
thorough. I think he wanted to confirm, like, yes, she's getting the same lunch as everybody else. Okay, fine. She's not getting
Anything
a
special.
lunch
Nobody
without
else.
cookies, and everyone else is
Yeah.
getting cookies. Like, gosh, he's
Well,
really
that,
leaving her
remember, like,
no room for
wait,
appeal,
the
a
prose-
successful
the
appeal.
right. The prosecution did the same thing with the Glam Squad. He's like, so let me get this straight. Like, this is Will J. Let me get this straight. Sarah Boone's to be the only person in the whole state of Florida that's ever called for a murder trial to get hair and makeup. Like, why? It was like, exactly. What makes her different than anybody else? Like, there have been quite public trials there. We got Courtney Clenny coming up, you know?
Hair and makeup. Ooh, here she is.
I like how he called her blouse splotchy. Yes. I did. I got a kick out of that today. And also knowing that the defense team that's not getting paid had to pay for all these clothes, and that she wouldn't wear the shirt over and over again, that they got to buy her a new shirt for like almost every day, in at least 2 or 3 different suits. There's the black suit, the gray suit, and then the dark colored one she wore with the pants the first day.
Mm-hmm. That's enough. That's enough for
Oh,
you,
she
Sarah.
smiled. She smiled. Oh, she's in a better mood. I wonder what happened during lunch.
Maybe she got a juice box.
I think somebody gave her a
She got a
Pop-Tart.
Hi-C.
She got a juice box and a Pop-Tart for lunch. Definitely. She looked very happy. Maybe it was a peppermint. I don't know.
Maybe they're like, if you stop being inappropriate at the witness table, defense table, we'll give you a cookie. Like, she's
Exactly.
rewarding
I
your
guess
good
it.
behavior. We'll give you a Pop-Tart.
Yep, I don't know. Like, I know it's so easy to be like a little petty about this because she really annoys me. I mean, she really does. Yeah, that's a full wardrobe, and this is what she went jury selection. We had the pink one, the yellow one. We had the dark blue one, which she looked good at. That seafoam one with the gray suit, she looked like an old maid. I'm so glad they went with this other suit. Like, she looked terrible in that gray with the seafoam. And then, like, now there's this darker one, and there's the dark pants that she's wearing. But this is like the pink one. This is like the 5th blouse.
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Cacciatore on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah.
Crimes against food.
All right, Mr. Beck is not with us. Okay. Ms. Boone is still seated at the counsel's table, wearing the same clothing that she had on this morning. She is in custody, however, out of any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. It's 2:04. State, are you ready to proceed? Yes.
Wow, approaching already. Here we go. Okay, now she's being all serious again. Well,
Yeah,
she's
this is
smiling. Like, she's
Yeah,
smiling. Like,
she is.
something's up. Something's up. Oh.
Something happened in lunch break that she's like, oh, they're going to go. I hope whatever the sidebar is, it doesn't go in her favor. But she's feeling confident.
She looked really nervous this morning. I don't know. Maybe they're not going to go through with a full late day. I don't know. I would imagine she would have complained about that because she'd be getting back to the jail later and her shower might be compromised. I mean, come on.
She
it's all
is
about
smiling.
Sarah.
That little head turn,
I
she
know.
was smirking.
I know. This is different than this morning. I mean, did somebody up her meds at lunch? Like, come on. Okay.
I think she's on a Pop-Tart sugar high.
No, I don't know. Something's going on. She's like, this is not the same person who was sitting there this morning, like, all like, worried.
Yeah,
Like,
she's
what
definitely
is this?
smiling, Anna.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That noise you hear in the background is Judge Kraynick's magic button. He pushes a button. You can't hear anything that's going on. It's actually quite clever. This is his white static noise button, so nobody hears what's going on
She
sidebar.
is smiling.
Ah! Oh my gosh. Why did they just like? Mm. That's a cartoon song. Yeah, I know. I'm not comfortable with her smile. When Sarah smiles, I get nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Like this little crazy. She's very pleased about something. I need to know. I need to know what's going on. Until the jury comes in. Oh, you think so tomorrow, kiddo? She'll put on the somber act when the jury comes in.
Maybe.
The
Yeah.
jury's not there yet. Oh, that would really tell you, right? Like, and they wouldn't know. That would be so frustrating to know that she's goofing off and then just acting all prim and proper when they show up. That would really annoy me. She's a faker. Oh.
She's a defendant when the camera is fixed on her. I just find her fascinating to watch, her behavior and mannerisms, but she seems very happy about something.
Uh-huh. Yep, and I need to know what it is. Like, what actually made her so pleased? Like, what is Owens up there arguing about, like Pop-Tarts again? Or I don't know. There's nothing going on. What is she taking notes about? She must be writing a note to the attorney. It reminds me of a skit from Saturday Night Live that they used to go deep thoughts, and then they would and they would have this little caption. With, every time she does that, I'm like, deep thoughts of Sarah Boone. Do I want to know? No, I don't think I do. No, I don't think I want to be in the mind of Sarah Boone. I really don't. I don't.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
would be
think
a
I can
scary
handle
place to be.
Now, we were having a discussion in one of my other lives about Sarah Boone in just back and forth on whether people were not trying to diagnose her, but wondering if she's actually delusional, if there's something there in her grasp of actual reality, because of a lot of the things that have happened. But I guess it's just, with all of the other issues, the alcoholism, the abusive situations that she's been in, just things not working out, not being able to handle motherhood. I mean, she started drinking when her child was born. The change in life, I don't know.
I don't think
some just not grasped. What?
I just was gonna say, to me, she just seems to struggle to put anybody before herself. So she probably was annoyed how much attention a child would get.
Or need, right? That you actually put the child's needs first. I mean, that must have been very uncomfortable for her based on what we see now. But I don't know. I'm wondering what her grasp of actual reality, because she does have a very weird perception of how she's perceived by others. She just doesn't get it. I mean, how many times in prison do you have to be told not to steal the cheese? Come on. She keeps getting in trouble for that. It's kind of hysterical. She keeps hiding things in other people's, just absconding with cups, and even the sugar, mustard, and ketchup packages and mayonnaise, whole envelopes of them, having all kinds of contraband she's not supposed to have, and then putting it in other people's spaces, because she's already filled all her space up. She's actually quite entitled in her behaviors at the prison. She gets written up a lot. She gets a lot. There's a YouTube channel that just reads all of the prison reports all the way from the beginning. That's how we know about the library records and stuff like that, about the kinds of that she took out, you know.
Yeah, she seems pretty smug and smirky.
I got to know. I need. This is a long sidebar.
It is. I wonder if they're debating, like, if something's come up that they're debating, what they should, how long they should go today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we need that girl from TikTok and Instagram that lip reads. We need her to weigh in. What's Sarah saying? What is Sarah saying?
Oh gosh, can you imagine? Yes, attention-seeking behavior, and I agree. Like,
Mhm.
yep. I don't know, what is she think is
She is
going
sitting
on?
there. It's kind of odd. It's been like minutes now just to sit there smiling. Like, what is going on?
I wonder if they're going to try to get some last-minute evidence in or something. But the judge could still deny them. So I don't know why she would be so happy. I mean, I know they were having trouble getting some of the records on George's arrests and things like that, and some of the past records, and they, a lot of what, when they went over the exhibit list Friday morning, a lot got just tossed because there were things on the exhibit list that the defense just didn't have. So, like, they hadn't turned it over to the state, so they can't actually put it in. And they had to actually remove it. I was surprised. It was at least 5 items, I believe. And I think one of them was some of the past arrest records of George. Not all of them, but some of them. Well, now I'm so curious. I'm not a very patient person. This waiting is hard.
It is hard. And I feel like it's been an at least 5-minute, maybe 10-minute long sidebar.
It's 2:14. It's been at least 10 minutes. Okay. It's been I think it's like 10 minutes they've been there. Whatever the defense brought up, it's obvious that either Judge Kraynick or the state has something to say about it, because this is going on for a long time. Like, this is not like just a slam dunk that Sara thought it would be.
We saw the pretrial motions that some of her attorney, like the judge does let her attorneys, even if they're long-winded, go on and on. Because I think he's just trying to say, yeah.
I feel bad for him. He's trying to get to the point where they actually mention law to support what they're talking about, and they never do. So it takes 20 minutes, and then he's like, you have it, like, where's the case law? That was so frustrating.
Karen said she can't.
Thank you all for letting me know the lay of the
scary.
land with regard to those specific issues. We're going to bring our jury in momentarily and inquire to staying after 5 o'clock. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. The state is going to continue with their evidence presentation. I know this morning some cell phones were going off, or there was chattering in some cell phones this morning. I'm going to please respectfully request that you turn off your cell phones and not have any correspondence or communications orally amongst yourselves or anyone else in the gallery. I'm not going to allow any outbursts. If you cannot contain yourself, I'm going to ask you now to remove yourself. This is your one and only opportunity. If you cannot control yourself or there are outbursts, I will ask the courtroom deputy to remove you. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the court's instructions? If you're wearing sunglasses, I need you to remove them. Thank you. All right, with that, state anything we need to address before we bring in our panel.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
My goodness. Okay, so basically they were complaining because people, based on, Sara got upset because people were gasping at the evidence of what happened to George and they saw the video and they saw the pictures and people were reacting in the galley, not the jury, but behind her. Is
Right. I
that
think
what
they
I'm
had-
hearing?
Yeah, I think they had human reactions and she's upset about it.
Oh, because the jury saw it and it's prejudicial that humans would react to something so horrible. You know, like, sorry, Sarah, but like, whoa. But I do understand you don't want
Mhm.
like outbursts in court, of course.
No,
of
yeah,
course,
and I think I've definitely seen this come up in other trials and it makes sense. But he warned them. Anyone that repeatedly does it will be removed.
Well, it's almost like Sarah got chastised by the judge this morning, so she was
And
going to
now
make
she's
sure the
happy-
whole
now she's
courtroom,
happy to
like she
chastise
wasn't
them.
going to be happy until the whole courtroom got chastised. Also, like that's how I'm looking at this. Like that's what she was smiling about. Like, aha, you're going to get it now.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
You're going to get
My
in trouble now
God.
too. Mm.
Oh gosh, now, like, so they are going to start their presentation. We just don't know if. Oops, there she is again. Oh, you lost your photo, but you're back. Is your mic good?
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't look. I don't. Oh, there you are. Okay, but you lost your photo. Like something
Oh, did
happened.
I?
You like popped down and back up again real quick.
Oh, well.
It's like strange. Well, no, it's okay. We can still hear you, and they know it's you. You got your name tag on, so
Yeah.
there you go. But now I don't know what they're talking about. Like this one was the state. The state said, "Wait a minute, I
Yeah,
got
so
something." He's up there now.
that first
And I,
sidebar is clearly about someone in the gallery, and I hope we're not going to get a ton of different issues before the jury comes in.
well, you know, the people in the galley are the ones on Twitter posting what's going on in the courtroom. So perhaps they saw some stuff they didn't like. I don't know. But still, it's the reactions in the galley. They can't really do anything.
Yeah, I do know when you're in the gallery, you're not supposed to, you know,
No, you should have,
audible
decorum.
reactions and that kind of thing. You're supposed to just.
But it's hard. Like I can
Yeah.
imagine listening to that video if you've never heard it. I can imagine audible gasps. I mean, like of course, like you just got to keep the outbursts to a minimum. I think Sarah just gets, like I said, she's really into like how she's perceived. She really cares a lot about what people are like thinking of her, and her image. And I think that was probably really upsetting for her. Because
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it got under her skin that she was admonished this morning and she was smug and high and mighty because she's like, oh yeah, I'm giving it to them now. Because she's not smiling right at this moment the way she was when she came in.
I just wish we could actually see her more of her face and facial expressions.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't checked out like if Court TV has a different view.
It's the same.
Thank you all for your patience. Ma'am in the back last row. Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kraynick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, okay, I bless you guys. I'm still in Boston City, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones retired. Have a good one.
Thank you.
What was that?
Interesting.
To restate the
Say?
I
court's
struggle
prior
to
positions,
understand her.
if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our panel.
Did anyone hear what that woman said? I
Yeah,
couldn't make it out.
I couldn't make it out. Yeah, it does. Charlie, who was that one of Sarah's? Yes, Jastra, they can watch this. That gallery
Yeah,
of
they can-
females should watch this.
Yeah, they can watch. Watch my channel. Yes, Judge Kraynick, send them over here. Like, and then tell that woman to tell me what she said, please, because I want to know what you said, woman.
I want to know.
Because she had a lot to say. She had a lot to say.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that back later because that was interesting.
Oh, yeah. I'll say, oh, my. Oh, she said, oh, thank you so much, and then a prayer. Something about them getting it all figured out and working together. I did actually
Yeah,
hear that
I did
part.
hear working together.
And it wasn't a prayer tomorrow, kiddo. Thank you. I'll go back and see if I can understand, as I couldn't. Thank you.
State,
Anybody
do you
who
recognize
does
our
that,
jury?
just put it in the chat.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated.
Oh, we
Members of the
lost
jury, good
one of the
afternoon. I
students.
hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back. We're going to pick up with the evidence and testimony presentation by the state this afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6. As I recall, with speaking with some of you, you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay, juror in first row, third seat from the right. Yes, ma'am.
As long as we get a break between now and then and I can call someone, I should be fine.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
There we go. There is somebody who hated childcare issues still on the. Whoop, Kelly's back.
I'm
Welcome
here.
back, Kelly. It's okay. I'm so glad you're keeping me company. This is good. I do have to catch.
All right, ma'am, just you, not everybody. If you could step out back to the deliberation room and make those phone calls, take your time. And once you come back in, we'll pick up from there and just let me know if you're able to get coverage, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to wait for testimony until she comes back, but at least they're trying to do it.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
I was going to tweet the link. That's why I accidentally disappeared.
Oh, no, wait, let's see. Rocket Couch said the best he can tell is I think she was saying stuff like, you got this, guys. Try to put your heads together. Yeah, I like work together. Like, you got, like, yeah. I thought that was something along those lines, yeah. Yeah, she had encouraging words to the team as she left. That's all. Oh, boy. And we've got to work together and have a good one. Yup, tomorrow, kiddo. I heard that part. Yup. It's some type of prayer, I do believe. Oh, did the feed just... Oh, no. Oh, they just muted it because they don't want us to hear the attorneys there. Or was that my headphones? Hold on. No? Kelly, can you say something so I can tell if it's...
No, yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm watching
so
her
it's not my
attorneys talk with her.
I know it's not my headphones. I wanted to make sure because all of a sudden the feed went like silent. It's not even white noise like normal. Well, she is definitely. Oh, the jury's coming in. Or actually, she's coming in. The one person, I guess.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much.
Oh,
If you can, members of our panel, show me by a show of hands you comply with the court's instructions prior to the lunch hour. All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state you call your next witness.
State you call Chelsey Koepsell.
oh, our lead detective. Here we go. This ought to be good.
I like her.
Yeah, she was like, she's really had enough of Sara Boone, I can tell you that. Like, she definitely has. Yeah.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yes. Chelsey Koepsell. CHELSEY KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Whom do you work for?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office during that time?
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to obviously homicides and any death-related incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to the police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and like investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have 4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah. We normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walked the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, Jorge Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? What's been marked for identification as states T and states U and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sara Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as states Exhibit 18.
Other than, I may have made a previous objection, other than pre-trial issues.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sara Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sara Boone?
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states U into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
In your honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
CT is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Grant Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. And in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sara Boone,
Okay, and your birthday?
10/10/77.
Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out
It was
still.
still light out. Okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back,
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
What Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m. ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
Puzzles and art.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you guys?
Downstairs.
Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point?
No.
No? Okay.
We call his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
They're just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the
Yes.
dictionary. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then,
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
What did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after
Well,
you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before, like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me that
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs And I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off. So again, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time, I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm gonna say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to get him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like.
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I told him maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He
came
came over.
over.
Yes, he came over.
It's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, my whole thing is, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And the thing with him though is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe third time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, we were puzzled out. We painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I try to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But
would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called. Yes. I talked to my son.
Okay.
I was calling.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, remember something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame, because that's important for us to know. I want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime his daughters, before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters? Okay.
Oh. Okay. And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the 2 daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower. And then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So, because we both thought it was funny that, oh yeah, well, I'm going to zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So, again, it's a broken suitcase, but.
What do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But Because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the.
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but it
No, it's got, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay, so the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it, because I know that the last
That's
time.
what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and.
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it, but then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking, he's in there, you said you could see two of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do.
Mm-hmm.
But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. And then remembered.
Okay. So is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time and it's fun?
We were again puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to curve some of the art that's on the wall now. So
Commission number 17.
You may.
Today's date is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first reporting on a separate digital recorder. The memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sara Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sara. Okay, Sara, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay, and you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing.
No.
Or it's just because
Just
you were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay. But I mean, did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just
No.
assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
Dancing with the dogs.
At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, but I know you had said that you're in the suitcase.
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? If
it's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here. He's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're closer to the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2.
Okay. Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king-size ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the bird pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off, and then I'll shake out the bed, and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like. I'm telling you,
just anything that he said. Like
we were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
And did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line? Was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it at that point? I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk. Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were compass mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were playing.
That's the thing, though. This isn't a trick question. You're at your home. You're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just trying
at the
to
giddy stage.
Okay.
That's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, we have that as well. Okay, so
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
Yeah.
I'm not.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag your it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford.
Okay.
Which is why we used to drink like liquor, but like months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Wine. Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys would have to go out and get anything?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like
I made a pork one the other day for him and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he had that. He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and he'll fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
He normally sleeps in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just okay. There's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself? No. I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh, obviously.
Yes. He knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am.
Mm-hmm.
which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, you gotta be ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him. I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser, or is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there, but I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded. Like I feel really weird right now.
You feel like you're sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even done my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there? You didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said you got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into this fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother did him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw? Or
Just his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they had damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I've never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress, but again, I kept trying to encourage him with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic. You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner and a tooth comes out. That scares me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now,
Yes.
I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing this job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know of any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. And when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs now.
Your phone, is it password protected or touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will be able to get on it. Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I have lost 2 phones previously where I can't. Before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? It's like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, do you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went into the shower around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase, you just decided to upstairs?
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah.
thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
yes,
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the? If we're looking at it,
it's like this.
His
head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where.
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one that the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And there's obviously the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't send it out all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's,
right.
It's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I eventually finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and I.
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off of past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and
class,
being upset.
and then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna class? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lives around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them. So when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Right.
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Valhalla Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this up here? Goldenrod?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Twisty Tree ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Valhalla, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm gonna end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
So I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
while you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sara Boone, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sorry. In the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes. I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes. I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 2.
You may.
I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m. Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant. This is the victim.
You can advance the video.
It does appear to be them both together.
Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
She's not with him.
And is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment complex while they were living?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if they're going to be getting into an area that they don't really want to discuss here.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yes. So many holes in her story, though. I kind of agree with Anna. Like her alibi is like Swiss cheese.
I know that
Works.
intent of the body or the security is just to put them at the scene, but
Members of the jury, it is 3:34. My understanding, based on the state, is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Please don't have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved. And do not conduct any independent investigation with regard to those things. We'll give you a 15-minute recess. We will see you at 3:50. Thank you so much for your service.
Already.
3:50.
Yep, here we go. Will this put us both? Nope, it doesn't. Oh, jeez. Like, what did you put up? This goes. There we are. Well, 15 minutes. I guess they're going to allow Sara to go after the jury leaves to go and take a bathroom break also.
Get a juice box. Have a Pop-Tart.
Yeah, she doesn't seem as light as she was when she first got
State
back
anything
from
we need to
lunch.
address.
I think the sugar
Defense.
high wore off.
All right, we'll be in a recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think
You
the
know, the
sugar
thing,
high.
like, I understand her point of like sitting in a courtroom is draining all day or any room all day. But if you need some help getting your energy up, can't you just have a cup of coffee? Like,
True. Yeah, they do let her
I don't
have water and all
understand how
there. I don't
chips
know.
are really gonna help.
Not really. I think she was just like, this woman is a hoarder at the prison. Like they've been reading. Tanika Two Saints, a YouTube channel, has been reading like the weekly reports in all the documentation since the day she got to prison. And she's actually a collector and a hoarder of all the snacks, all the stuff. Like she keeps the stuff everywhere. Like she's a little pack rat, actually. She's been called out for putting things in the person next to her's bunk in their storage
She
room.
probably has her own inventory. Bring your own pop tart.
Yeah. She got caught with a whole envelope full of mayonnaise and mustard and ketchup packets and sugar and everything you could think of. A whole
You
sleeve
just
full
know
of,
she's the type of person at a restaurant that like steals the salt and pepper shakers then.
Exactly. Or the extra tea bags that sometimes they bring out on the thing, like, instead of giving you one, they bring the whole thing so you can select. Like, she takes a handful and put I know that's so terrible, but I could just picture her doing that. Take the whole handful and like put them in her purse.
Oh yeah.
Because like
Absolutely.
not only did she, like, there was all that rumor about her getting caught with like 30 slices of cheese, which was true. It's in the documentation.
Yes.
And then she gets called out for it, gets told not to do it again. It gets called, she's going to get rid of, and she does it again. Like a couple of weeks later, 30 more pieces of cheese found. She is constantly getting called out for contraband in her room. Like stuff she's not supposed to have, paper clips, all kinds of stuff. Like she just don't follow the rules. Staples her clothes, does whatever she actually does whatever she wants. Like they say that she gets written up a lot for being volunteering, but now they're starting to say that her volunteering is so that she gets access to the food carts and stuff to steal all the stuff. Like, this is it. Like she's cleaning and everything. I think she's going through people's stuff. Like she's always cleaning and helping, being helpful on the ward, like with certain ones, but then always like arguing with other ones, It like actually is quite amusing. Some of her reading of actually the daily antics of Sara Boone has been quite comical. But Sara has been really testy about it. Quite a few of her letters mention the fact that we all know that she skips breakfast and stuff. Like we're so concerned about it. Well, your life is exposed in prison records now forever. Like anybody's going to be able to read that. Like, sorry, Sara. Like, it's just how it is. Maybe you should like stay out of trouble if you don't want us all to know. Like she does get into some situations. Like she's getting.
What did you think of her the interrogation in the car? I mean, I was immediately thinking, okay, again, she seems very calm.
She's very calm. And what strikes me now is like I made a comment, like kind of tongue in cheek. It's like she keeps saying, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Can somebody tell me what happened? Because I don't know what happened. And now 4 years later, let me take the stand and tell y'all what happened. What happened? Did she have like a moment, like an epiphany? Like what? Like she has all this great memory of everything except for the deed, except for where there's going to be an issue. And what really struck out to me in that interview is the more they asked her about, oh, you were playing around. So like, what was the jokes? Like, oh, we were joking. We both thought it was funny. Yeah. What did he say that was a joke? What did he say? And she could never answer anything that he said.
Yeah. Nothing specific.
Nothing specific that George said. No, and I'm like,
so do you think
and they
at that
know
point,
she
like,
was lying. Yeah.
Do you think she had I don't think she remembered making the videos, but do you think she had memory of beating the suitcase with a bat?
Well, she did remember it eventually because she actually told the
Because
psychiatrist about it.
I feel like she had to remember some things. Like I don't think she was fully blacked out.
I think she was blurry on it. I think she was blurry on it. I think maybe she thought she deleted those videos. I'm not sure. Like those videos, she did seem
or maybe
very
she just remembered that conversation happening, but didn't remember the fact that she was filming it.
Like I don't think she recalled the video because in interview. I mean, I can't imagine she'd go on for hours with all of that bull if she knew that video was there. Like,
Oh
why
no,
would
I think in the
like there's no
interrogation,
way she knew
yeah,
that that existed until they
that
told her
was,
about it.
yeah, she
And
didn't,
then she was
yeah,
like,
that was a surprise.
crap. And I think from that moment, like stuff started filtering back in. I really do. But I do think she knows that something happened because there's no, it just seems reasonable to me that you come down the stairs, you find him still in the suitcase, you panic, you drag him out, and you start recalling what happened from the night before. As upset as you are, it starts to hit you like what happened. Okay, that's just how
Yeah,
I'm
you can
seeing it
see
playing
the
out.
wheels turning
Right. And
in
I
that
don't think she does
interrogation room.
not know what happened. I think there was like, I think she had the realization that this looks really, really bad. Like this looks really, really bad. I know nothing.
Anna says feels she's seen Swiss cheese with less holes in her alibi.
I know, that was so good. Even with
I
the
love that.
typo, I was laughing. Even with the typo, I was laughing. Like I was trying.
It's 30 slices of Swiss cheese.
Yes, 30
Ew.
slices of Swiss leaves, no holes. Like that's a better alibi than what she's coming up with here that she doesn't know anything. You know, and I am being a little snarky about it, but I really don't think that this actual scenario is playing out very well to the jury. They are paying attention, but they look like, according to Twitter, they look extremely tired right now. This long to hear all of this. And they need that break. I hope they refresh themselves because this part's going to be lit too. This is going to
You
be
know that lunch discussion with the jury had to, well, they can't deliberate, can they?
no, they cannot talk about it. They have to just eat their sandwich
Gosh,
and
I
look
was
at
gonna
each other.
say, like,
I want to
they
see the
can't even
looks they
talk about the
have.
video that they
No,
watched.
they can't. But I can just imagine because they saw the video and they're hearing what, like, can you imagine that at lunch? They're just side-eyeing and looking at each other with the eyebrows and like, you know, like they can't say
Yeah.
nothing. But I'm sure they're making little glances at each other's like, oh, like or like somebody just like waving their hand in front of themselves, like, oh, I just can't. Like, I get it because that was very emotional. Some of them got visibly upset at the words. And I don't blame them. You know what? They had a reaction even when Will J read the words, what she said to them. They were like stunned, like, you know, silent, like just staring ahead, like glazed over, like what? Like now to actually hear her say it with the slurring, with the connotation of the actual ha ha taunting. You mean that's the part that I hear over and over again that really gets people. The literal taunting in her verse, in her
Hey
voice.
everybody, thank you so much for watching our Sara Boone
Sorry,
trial.
Dad.
Jesse.
I'm going to have to take you down there. Boo. Oh, okay. So I'm going to put us back over. No, that's the little one. Stop that. I got to get the right one. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to make you a little bit. There you go. I do love Jesse, but I don't want to hear him right now. I really don't. I'm gonna wait
not right
later.
now.
But here's my favorite law and crime. I tell everybody that. Like Jesse Weber is like my favorite. He's just
I
got
really
that.
enjoy him.
I did like him better when he had lighter hair, though. Like the dark hair startled me, to be honest. The first time I saw it, I was like, that sounds like Jesse Weber. Are you sure it's Jesse Weber? That doesn't look like Jesse Weber. Like, who is this imposter? Well, I'm getting used to
I
it.
definitely like the law and crime commentators more than the court TV. The court TVs has kind of like a
Some of them really annoy me, like with their
yeah,
sensationalism, to be honest. Like,
it's like a sensationalized
mhm.
take on everything.
Yeah, like I mean, I get it that they're paid to do that, like Vinnie Politino and stuff like that. I get it. They're supposed to make it so dramatic and everything. And
I
they
did
do a
think it
good
was
job at
funny
it.
when they pulled out a snack bag for her snack request.
Yeah, they did.
That was
They did.
funny.
And they do have some very good interviews with other attorneys in regards to it. So like I give them the credit. It's just not my style. Like law and crime is more my style because like Jesse Weber is like a facts guy and he does do great interviews. And he has like this a kind of like him because he has this little bit of snark in his tone sometimes because he's a lawyer and he's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, and he'll like be like, not exactly what I would do, but it's like, and he's kind about it.
Yeah.
And like I heard when one attorney went up there and he had this attorney on, like I think it was last week or the week before, and the attorney was talking about the motions that were just filed, but didn't know about some of them that had hit. Like, and I could see Jesse's wheels turning. Like, I gotta do another segment after this one because this guy doesn't know what the heck he's talking about. Like, and I could just see it. And sure enough, like an hour later, he did a whole nother segment and he explained the documents that I know because I had read them. And I'm like, this guy has no idea what they just filed. Like, none of what he's saying makes any sense because it's all moot now based on what they just filed. And I was like, and I know a lot of other people had read it too already because we've been watching the docket like crazy because it was only like a day or two before trial and everything was coming up. But but he was so kind. My point is, he was kind not to embarrass his guest and say, well, what about the filings? Did you not read what just happened? Like, he didn't press him on it. Like, he knew the guy was stepping in it, but he kind of like just kind of glazed over it a little bit, let him say his piece, then changed the subject and let other people talk. And he didn't embarrass him or anything, but he did come back on in a while later and keep us all informed, which I give him a lot of credit for. Like, I actually watched the glint in his eyes, like, whoa, like it was hysterical. Yeah. Because he gets
He's
it, but
great.
he's kind. Yeah, he's really good. Like, yeah, he's entertaining too. It takes a lot to like know all you know and still be entertaining and not make it like boring or like same old, and yet he doesn't get too sensational about it, So it's always good. And I like his little sidebar stuff. I really do. The sidebar stuff is
I do
great.
too. And I subscribe to like Law and Crime Body Cam, which
Yeah.
usually I wouldn't like feel like I needed commentary, but I like his commentary. I do.
Yeah, I do. I like, it's funny because I read I read the documents every day, and yet I really don't actually watch that many of the legal channels. Unless I have a question, then I will go and look, or I'll actually ask a lawyer. And then I watch all the commentary after I do my segments because I want to see if like I got it. Like and the same as that, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to watch it beforehand because I think it might influence me because I'm not a lawyer, you know what I mean? So I really want to keep that take of like the average person just looking at this, trying to understand it, getting some answers, and then trying to explain it to everybody else in simple basic language, like common sense, not trying to be an authority on anything, but I'm surprised at how many times like I've picked up on stuff that they actually focus on later. I'm like, yes, good. Like that makes sense. It's like perfectly laid out that way. Like that's exactly what I read. That's exactly what it means. It's good. It's good. And a lot of them are really good at answering questions too. If you send messages and stuff, they're pretty good. They're pretty decent about being.
Oh, that's good to know. I've never sent.
Yeah. Some of them.
I've never really sent them anything.
Some of them are very into the numbers and into keeping everything to themselves, and others are just like very open, And it's nice. It's kind of like sharing the live streams, like Trial Live TV does the live streams, and anybody can use it. Law and Crime is not going to say anything about us using their feed. And I really appreciate that because they want the information out there. I mean, they don't have to worry about small channels like us hurting their numbers at all. Like, they do massive amounts. But there's other small channels like this one, Trial Live TV, that they actually have a person in the courtroom giving information on Twitter. They're actually there, right there. They're staying there for the week and filming and getting good coverage for all. And when you talk to them, they're all real true crime buffs, but the kind that just want the real information out there, just want everybody to enjoy watching the process respectfully and being good about the whole thing, and so I really like finding channels like that. It's a good community out there, of sharing the information and all, not too big. Like, as you know, Kelly, it gets tough out there with people, taking sides and stuff like that, or just keeping things to themselves. But I really always just want the information out there for everybody to make their own mind,
Oh,
I really
yeah,
do.
absolutely. That's always been my position, and that's why I make so many of the court documents that I buy available for everybody. Because one, it's like
Yeah,
I don't want
you
people to waste their money. Like, don't give LA County money if you don't have to.
have
But
to. Yeah, because that's
mhm.
the one that everybody has to and ends up has to pay for and gets filed a lot. We were lucky that when Fiona Harvey actually filed, it actually is on Pacer. Like when she was, that's the baby reindeer case that she's suing
Yes,
Netflix. Oh, so I was actually fortunate that way because she filed. She filed in LA.
Yeah, and there was that most recent Diddy case is
Right.
a California case, but even though they're leaning on the state AB 277, they filed it in federal court, so it's on Pacer.
And that's the new civil case, right? Yeah.
Yes, and it's grim. It's very
Yeah.
grim.
Aren't they all though? Like I just can't with the civil case. Like I said, I wasn't going to cover it till it went criminal, and now I have to cover it. And I do know about all this, so I have to read all up on the latest one.
Yeah,
But then all the
it's
other
like
ones I
things just
have, and
get
I've read
darker
everything.
and
I'm just like,
darker.
oh. Yeah, and now with the new law firms coming out and going to file 120 of them already in all different states. They said all different cases, one by one. Like I'm like, wow, this is a lot of work. It's going to be going on. This actual Diddy thing is going to be going on for years, and it's going to be one of the huge. It will probably be the hugest case of the century. Like absolutely. And
Yeah, definitely. It'll be massive. And I can't even really keep up with it because there's new stuff coming out all the time. And then you've got I have been in situations where I have covered multiple cases against the same person, but not on this volume. And we're up at 13. Wait, no.
Yep.
12, 18. We're at 19 or 20 civil suits now. And that number is going to keep rising. Like it's so many details to keep straight.
I thought it was astronomical the amount of financial charges in actual
2020
indictments.
CF
Oops, here they
2603,
go.
State of Florida versus Sara Boone.
Trying to I'm always studying her body language. Like she's not smirking.
Nope, wasn't a
She
good
really
break.
was
Ms. Boone
happy
is
about
seated at
getting that
council's
woman
table wearing the
kicked out
same
of the
clothing from this
courtroom.
morning. She is in
Yeah,
custody
and
but not
no
wearing any
car
restraints, so
pleased
again,
her
will
a
continue to
lot.
stand when our jury enters and exits. I believe we're getting to the part of the state's presentation with the recorded interview on February 25, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And
that's 2 hours
what do we
long.
need to address with regard to that in advance, if anything?
Judge, I believe it's identified as state's exhibit for identification S.
Right, so
as
it's
in
4
Sam.
p.m.
Okay.
And I believe
Eastern.
that's the 2-hour interrogation
Just
video that I had filed
You
the
really think they're going to
pretrial
watch
motion
the
to suppress,
full 2
which the
hours? I
court had
guess they'd
denied,
have
but
to.
contemporaneously, I want to make that objection.
Okay, understood.
Oh,
Any
so-
other objections?
No, sir.
Okay. It was edited
Did y'all get that?
based on the court's granting of the motion in limine, defense's motion in limine prior to trial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And a copy of the edited version was provided to the defense, I believe, on the first day of jury selection.
That's true.
Okay. And I'm assuming the video that's going to be provided to our jury this afternoon is that exact same video?
Yes.
Do you want me to read the 2.2 instruction prior to it being played after it being received into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which instruction is that?
That's the instruction on an edited recording.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to address state before we bring back in our jury?
Mr. Beck, Mr.
Your Honor, if I may real briefly.
Appearances, sir.
Contemporaneous objection.
No. I was going to talk about the reports that the court referenced in the last sidebar before the jury was brought in this afternoon.
Fine. Let me just get your appearance, Mr. Beck.
I'm sorry, yes. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sara Boone.
Yes, sir.
There was a discussion regarding these depositions that were going to be taken this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about
the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state. To the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator, they're potentially work product privilege.
No,
And
they're
so
not.
we're happy to work with the state.
You
cooperate
asked
with
for
the state, give them
everything
what
from
we
the
can,
state, dude.
but I
You
want to
cannot.
expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work
But
product
you
privilege.
will
My
turn
takeaway
over
was there's
the
something that
deposition.
could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the
Sit
court's
down,
ruling from
Mr.
previously still remains. Since we
I
have an
don't like
opportunity to
him.
revisit our
He's
list
nasty.
during the lunch
Nasty.
break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by
go
the
do your
defense?
jobs.
My
and
understanding
stop
is that
working
Mr.
your
Billy
building.
Lane was gonna go to Staples or
Yeah.
somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So
Oh,
we anticipate it will be done by.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state
Not for the sake.
defense? All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
Wow. I'm sorry. This Mr. Beck is just. And did y'all catch that? Like, Mr. Owens just definitely had to say, I know you already denied this, but I'm just going to object again, like, just for the record, okay? Like, I know you already said, I know you already kicked me to the curb, but I still don't want this video to come in, okay? I don't want this interrogation to come in. It has been edited. They will not have any of the officers saying to her, like, you know you killed George, right? You know you're responsible for that. That's all out. And also a really long conversation about who uses the bathroom across the street and why. For whatever reason, that's been redacted. I never did understand about that. That's gonna be
it.
I'm serious. They did redact the bathroom conversation. I have no idea
Maybe,
why.
I mean,
State, you
it's
recognize our
not
jury?
relevant, but yeah.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to comply confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may continue.
On February 25th of 2020, did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was after you had attended the that morning, correct?
The interview, the follow-up interview was to be conducted after the autopsy. Not necessarily set up, but it was to be conducted after the autopsy.
I apologize if I misspoke on that.
Sorry.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central Operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states S. Tell me, do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is this disc?
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sara Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes,
And is that your initials on this disc?
it is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pretrial issues.
The state will, court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as states S over objection as states exhibit 20.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
This is the one that really makes her look bad.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So this is the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. Okay.
Also too, I just fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halteres. So
okay. What about the scratches? And there's also sex?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck. Like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent, like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when it was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
But your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
My understanding is there last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday. But yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's
Monday. Thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and like his head and skull. I have no idea. As if something hit him. I consider not touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
And how would you get those in?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him. Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the fecal swab, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay, are you willing to let us absolutely swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah, I think the last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was
A few weeks, give or take, yeah.
a few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? A month ago, you was a curtain rod.
Yeah, the curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there was the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you, like?
He gets belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know, Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, really, really bad where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poked me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. Mm-hmm. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state, I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. Or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would not literally, but have smoke come out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much.
totally went downhill. And that broke my heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try to get him off of it so we don't have a dream, or he doesn't have a dream. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passed out. Well, yesterday you made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics, and we are not, but you guys are both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine, but I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yeah.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over. And then, that you had wine, I don't even know how did you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus there's stuff that are around the house that I have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk. I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog
We're sitting there talking, laughing, talking about new movies. We're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. For me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep, but he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool, and he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So on your laptop, you're talking about?
Okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
You said it was a good day, like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship? You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
No, when I tell you it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say. With just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because.
I'm talking about the money, job, Sara.
Yes.
Nothing
No.
relationship wise though, like no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about like
what's going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, and I tell you, I was so happy. Like it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. As everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And
I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now and I'm still trying to help him.
yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I did documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
Mm-hmm.
Where it took them a while to get used to it and understand. They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to him to talk about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personal one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Better Intervention Program. Mm-hmm. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him.
where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sara, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know. What's on your laptop? What did I tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and started throwing all his stuff and just throwing it, like the car would jostle and just throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. Because you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he didn't know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it's too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you sure about this is like recent, or are you kind of like blossoming? Like what are you?
It was a little while ago.
I know you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately, or
no?
Okay,
no. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know. I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife. When I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday into Monday? Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, previously, why the incidents, what happened is she played a big part of it.
okay.
On top of job, and money, and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time you were zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside. So we.
About the time you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those were the only times I had. So I had 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek. Yeah. Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
you're talking about for me and outside and like,
okay. Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore. Okay. All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish.
Is when I went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's keep, come on. Okay, you want to hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then you didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship. When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know.
That time, but
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of space to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you ever making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay, does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
You guys have on your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how did you get into it? Because password protected.
He'll come and give it to me, I'll just do a face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming other.
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Great. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess maybe take a picture of them, the two of Tess and the dogs, and George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Can you move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done for me. For everything you've done for me.
Your battery's all flash.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that, I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something more.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And,
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You would not put somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
Why did you want to watch this? It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
I don't know how much I can take. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No,
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do it. Show me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
talked to you, you have said that you put him in the suitcase, you had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. And that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later is flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it. Okay. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were
Stop
getting ready for bed.
Stop here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
It does show a hole.
There's no hole, there's no fingers, I don't see his fingers, there's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
other video.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
what does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell
oh, like, yeah, like, I get told everything but a white woman, so.
Okay.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
why I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers.
He'll be out there any minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling
And I
me he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think he
Not able
was
to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and I
We were,
the video, there's no
When we first
laughing.
got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording it?
No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But I
you're the
didn't,
only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sara, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's, woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in the suitcase, but now he's gonna get up, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
a
you
boy
have oxygen.
calling wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan,
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
no, please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me, like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and, just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you,
Times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay, I understand where y'all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're
I
trying to
get it,
figure out what
We're
you're
trying to
saying.
figure out this
You were
video.
explaining it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is gonna happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
What was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when you did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't?
No.
When you, that didn't cross your mind.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
Jorge.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, that was not my intention.
Well,
I don't have any idea what I said.
But by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him, just fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video, you won't let us play the rest of it. You don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating though, so I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told me,
I don't know, Jewel. This is
what would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
so much.
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to
the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And I don't remember doing that.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video, yeah, I mean,
I'm not gonna say
you thought he could
go
get out on his
own,
but the video shows that he can act it out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
What you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got.
The zipper part is broken.
Yeah, which is why we were gonna zip it. I just
you are able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how.
So why wouldn't you have gotten to us out if you could?
I don't know, like, I don't know if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know. No,
I didn't see no fingers
you're the
sticking
only
out.
one that. That's what I'm saying, like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it flips over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it, or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit, like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase,
She's been
and then
drinking,
watches
how do
that
they
video?
sleep? That's what happened.
So you let him out before, I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs when I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you're giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So but my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
but the thing is, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, had just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you dipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not dip it up all the way. Okay, cool. I did not dip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
This is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this, whom I love. It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him or anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm thinking, okay, I just get out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do when you
whatever
go to
you
bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
he
what?
tells you that, like, I
You
think
go to
he
bed
also.
to do what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated, I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yeah, you can tell that I've been drinking, but.
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe?
If I weren't, if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray
I'm not
him?
trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
All Everything. Fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy. You all know, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form handled a vital intentional.
Okay. So you just
I didn't kill him.
You left him there to see him alone?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How was that not intentionally leaving him?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
He doesn't.
But
You don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved, you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so you roll it over, like, it's not like.
I said one of the baby like that.
You didn't want him to be upside down, not even get upside down.
Alright. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and like, what, 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
Thank you. I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but that he didn't. And you went upstairs and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You said,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes to show in there. They'll give you 5 minutes to show.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. It's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of it.
You did.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking time frame. I don't care about time frame. He's
So-
in the bag saying,
My
and
God.
you say, fuck you.
So like, for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
Minimum 11, but yeah, go ahead. Just you. 11.
Oh, one video.
Well, in between those two videos, which were 11 minutes. Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to do to him? There's obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got.
Obviously, like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. Like, for all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and not upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, what I have a feeling is, I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
I don't know.
You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like,
We're just trying to figure out why.
why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why did he left in the bag? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
Oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the why.
Blaming it on the why?
So you guys are like assuming that,
You keep saying we're assuming, but we haven't assumed anything.
but you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But what then is like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weather out. What's your favorite word to use?
Common sense.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys are within your way. There's two empty bottles of wine.
Not, but they didn't go to them.
I think you did.
We didn't. There's receipts for the.
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So one was.
Two public receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the.
So this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Well,
We're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You got up, walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know how to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I insisted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he didn't. The video has him pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Because you can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way this.
Okay. It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Why not? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I, nor. That's why this.
You didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like, really?
Exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or like.
We are simply trying to find out. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what you
understand.
told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's the one?
Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't.
okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left them in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again, the reason that you know.
Oh, so we're done denying we were drunk. Now it's all alcohol that did it. Okay, okay.
You all, listen.
But you weren't drunk. Yeah. But now it's alcohol that did it.
Not intentionally kill him.
Because I don't
I don't know what it is I need to do or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
Everybody has a relationship.
Everyone knows that.
And he's dead, Sarah.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said it.
Videos from last night.
Clearly,
So what did that, yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
I'm having a good day.
No one's
That was
loving it.
not playful.
Everyone's having a good day.
I can't believe she just did that. I forgot that part. Oh my god.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well, you're sober now, so sober you.
Oh, stop it, Cal.
What about drunk you? Not, it's both of us.
I just can't.
It's both of us. And again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you told us you did it.
When he was upside down.
Right.
But you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because
Oh my God.
When you put the
That's the unfortunately, nobody else was there. That's the unfortunate.
No one else was there.
In several different positions. So
Anyone
it
else
shows
is ziggy
one, like
digging
you just
it?
said,
It wasn't
it had been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there. You just zipped it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it. So you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again. So you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I wouldn't say something that helps you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
In your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay, so we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards that.
So I would probably be calling myself that.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, like, it's regardless, that's not really there, regardless, waiting for him.
It's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs. Okay. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave them.
It doesn't matter, so it get the time frame out of your mind. It's what I'm saying, it's like, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever. It just, you're lying, and like, you're now changing your story. You're lying about what? Now you were drunk. Oh, I never said that I was drunk. Exactly what you did here today. That's okay.
Earlier.
Everything works. Alcohol.
Blame it on alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people. Yes, but I never said I was drunk. Yes.
So you did that sober.
She does not like to be called drunk.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right. But you want to admit that you were drunk. I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
So, but what
did.
you don't, okay,
You left them in there. You didn't try to dance around the fact. You left them in there.
this is not,
You didn't leave him in there.
it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
He's
dead.
But you think that I did that intentionally?
Yes, they do.
You think that I did that intentionally?
Yes.
You left them in there and left the room. You went
That's
upstairs to a
the
different
smartest thing she said so far. Like,
You intentionally did that.
room. You
yes,
did.
they do.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out. Okay, he didn't. Obviously not.
But somebody's begging for their, begging, saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to,
If somebody let me out, I can't breathe.
torso. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not, really, it's not a big deal? I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, door strap in a suitcase.
You zipped them up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
Because that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say.
So what?
Other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him. Love makes you crazy. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him. So you gave up checking
Except let him out of a suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to, this was such a lasting matter.
It was fun. All day. All day.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know?
How could you dare?
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
Yeah, you don't.
Like why?
9-year-old son.
Like why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because like you guys are like trying the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know. Like what's opposite? Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the other one. We were playing before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's
I'm
letting you get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form, but it's intentional. At all. whatever. Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you need to know that when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How
that
is it changing? Please help me explain it. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day. It didn't end well.
It doesn't sound
obviously.
like it was a great day at the end.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember him in this video. How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have their wits about him when?
See, that's the thing too, but you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh, right,
Regularly.
right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many
Oh
do you
my
have?
goodness. What are your questions?
Yeah.
Who's coming? Did you think of it?
You said that we said.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't take that. I don't have a problem. Okay. Just make sure. So, am I getting my phone back? No.
Not today.
What about losing his laptop?
No. Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need to do our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. And that, is that correct?
You're asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct. No, I'm not going to worry about anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're. So, information officer. Mm-hmm. Do you all inform her or do I need to call her? We don't need to, we don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying that she's on probation? No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought, I didn't know how it was. Legally, we just have to tell his parents and we don't go telling. We don't, I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go. So the same thing for classes? I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and then boundary intervention. Yeah, we don't have to carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death? She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now. So that couldn't have been a pending in the suitcase. Or y'all saying that I could get it.
That's what she's determining.
So
the ones on the head, I asked her because I had been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was gonna ask, you already asked. So are you all updating his parents today or when he gets final, whatever?
What does it matter? What do we tell his parents meeting?
Because
We're gonna talk to it with them.
okay,
I have to.
but it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it to tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
group.
here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night, their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right. Did you not meet yesterday?
Finale question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Wow.
Got it.
What is that?
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking. So.
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements.
She's not in control here, and she's really
Just quick,
uncomfortable.
just being told last night,
She's not
pretty
getting
much
the answer
you
she
will
wants.
wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
I
thought he can't be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't wanna do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his, wedding ring, engagement ring?
If that's a medical examiner's office, it'll come to us eventually, and then.
It'll be released to
The family.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not married to him.
that is a civil issue.
You're not
As
married.
long as finger it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it. We don't have any say in it.
So I won't get that back.
Mm-hmm.
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
FDLE, Board of Department of Law Enforcement, they do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Okay.
Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the ski. And this is just his phone, my phone, and the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
So,
We're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
so is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing. I've done the whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George, that's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails blocked.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I guess, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and lose it in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's gonna change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying over the house for rent. I'm so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is the fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office of Public Record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So, it's just like, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose.
But we can't even put, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even. Right, so it's,
You want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them, let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time? Yeah, my phone is mine.
This should be there now.
No, I'm not.
I get it, look, I get it. That looks really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you, I can't say I know anything about you, I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart, please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah, I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
What's that one?
What do you say?
I just said no, I mean, our digital forensics unit has, had a lot of cases on her plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not typing. My laptop is Lucas' laptop, but you'll see all the games he has on there.
As soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of words.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated. That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime. I don't know, I can't, I don't know what to tell you though. But you all have more information than I do, where it's yeah, you might want it, or yeah, you might want it.
I'm sorry, what?
You have more information on what?
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
But, like I was telling her, yeah, that's bad, which I swore my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself. Going forward with it, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we would be mindful in these situations.
So you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or are they gonna come back down here? I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea what I'm gonna call you next. Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
What report?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come report something, then.
No, I'm talking about, like autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but.
She's looking at him.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
The FDLE
results? You won't get back the swabs and stuff. We'll say.
They don't know about it?
Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them and see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No,
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
yes, but you have to understand too,
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why did I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why? No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay. Really? I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know. Phoebe and Penny.
Wow.
The fact that you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me.
Okay. This gets to be really rough.
What time is it for you? 4:30. In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't left. Because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention.
I hear you. I hear you.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless. Punishment in itself.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
Yeah, just maybe different comment.
She is fine. I was there yesterday. And then she took your photo.
Mhm.
So I'm just gonna take a shot and go around on one hand and then do different for your other hand.
She is getting quite indignant at the thought that they accuse her. Well, they definitely accuse her. She was actually quite rude to them in several times, a lot of the time. The jury must be exhausted. I just wish I could have seen her face while this was playing a little more. Oh, the forensics. Yes. But remember, there was nothing but her DNA under her nails. So those back scratches, I don't think they were from what she said they were from. Maybe they were from the suitcase going down the stairs. Or something in the case when it got flipped over. But then again, it was the next day. She could have cleaned out her fingernails really good. Who knows? But I don't think she had that kind of premeditation to take care of that. I really don't think she thought she'd be accused. I do believe that if she believes that if she said that she didn't intend for anything to happen, that she'd be just fine. Yeah, she remembered, but she didn't remember, right, Rocket? Yeah. Yep, fingernail scraping. Oh, so is it under the fingernail? Yeah, so if the scratches on your back were from intimacy that night, then you would think that there'd be some of his DNA under your nails, yes? I mean, I would think so. Yes? But then again, or shower or washing your hands or do whatever. Well, that's how she said those scratches got there. Mm. Okay, it does not look like a well, it looks swollen.
Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free to go? Fine. Do you promise everything you told us is the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today? Yes. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you. Okay. Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? For which? True and accurate to the best of your knowledge. What, that it wasn't intentional? Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. To the best of my knowledge. Correct. Yep. Why? That's how you
talking to somebody to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. Yes, but it was not intentional. Okay. Okay.
Stand up. And just turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Correct.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't.
Someone needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call. You can move you down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick?
No, it's not. How's it a trick?
That's why you're so correct. There it is.
You were right, you're right.
Your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still dead. Make their cut sheets. Really?
So I can show up.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you coming?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is.
We are done.
Right. Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
You'll be afforded the time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that though?
I I have no way of being able to tell you, you should make first appearance by like tomorrow morning, if not tonight. Depending on how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I don't work in.
Suspicion that it's gonna happen. I mean, water like you
Yeah,
have to.
exactly. And she's acting like this is just such an imposition to her because all of a sudden she's got to pick up Lucas, you know, and she's got to be reminded all the time to do what her duty to her son.
I just got those.
Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even figure out my bathroom. What? Am I gonna? And what am I going to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, you'll be able to use the phone in the waiting
But how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby, it's a free phone
All I'm
call.
doing is bringing their license paper and all this.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, am I gonna be talking about those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not us. You don't work at the jail.
As long as like you say, if you don't
You
act
go
up.
in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
How do I
cursing,
do that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
I, yeah, 'cause the last time I had a major panic attack over the little thing.
Thank you.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse? Okay.
At first it's gonna come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put them in the second floor lock up too. Okay.
Oh, that's all right, mine are now opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
We made it decided to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came back to the village.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, if she knew this was going to happen, why didn't she make arrangements with Lucas?
I forget, I have my, I don't know if it's able to see or not. I have things in my car that I need to.
What kind of stuff you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing them there.
It can't
Yep.
that stuff.
Right here she starts,
When you
Anna.
get-
Right here she starts.
They have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work on this, I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be afforded to see somebody. You got it? I can put it in there. All right.
Hmm. Wow.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Oh, I knew they would have a lot to say. Remember, the defense did not want this in. They made an objection. They filed a motion to suppress. They lost all their motions on it, except for to have it edited for certain content, which was not shown. And that would have been where the detectives actually said, you know, you're responsible for George's death. And she had said, I realize that. So they said that was prejudicial. That was law enforcement opinion. And that's correct, to remove it all. That would be very prejudicial for the jury. They also removed the content, the conversations about the people across the street going to the bathroom, using the bathroom or whatever. And I think that may have been to prevent people not involved in the case from being implicated in anything that could get them in trouble. Like I actually think that it was the right thing to get that out of there, because there was people going in and out of the apartment that they didn't actually belong in. And there were statements made about legalities in, you know, they perhaps Sara shouldn't have said to indicate anybody whether it was intentional or not. Who knows? Well, they did get that all removed, and it was probably proper not to be part of a public trial. Even though that interview's been seen everywhere already, but you know, I do think that this interview is going to be a big issue for them to overcome. That does not look like the bubbly Sara of yesterday.
All right, members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Koepsell to Sara Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sara Boone's reactions and responses.
Yep.
You may continue.
That's proper instruction there.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up Jorge Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping Jorge Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while Jorge Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
And no further questions at this time.
Wow.
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read you previously over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
Wow, that is a somber face. Yeah. That was a long day, Couch. I agree, and it was a lot, and that jury must be exhausted. Oh, that was a lot to absorb. All the videos, those interviews, Sara's statements,
Y'all may be seated.
the autopsy photos.
State, anything else we need to discuss this evening?
I received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom. It is not something I can agree to, and I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
So I talked to Ms. Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're going to have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyers so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she didn't want
If
to
she
appear
can
in
show
court.
up for the
I understand the
deposition,
position.
she can.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office.
And the defense
And in
knows that.
reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the
Denied.
parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024 is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We got to fly one in, and of course, Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
We covered it up at the bench, I thought. This is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking a stand at 10 a.m.
My
He mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Koepsell, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes. Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sara Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood. Okay. Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
May I approach on an unrelated matter? Ex parte, apparently. Okay. So we are going to hear from Sara Boone tomorrow. And this has been a long day. And so I'm thinking, when they go, like, I'm going. Like, I can tell you that. When they're out, like, I think I'll be out. But I'll be here bright and early at 8:45. They plan on starting at 9, and I definitely want to be here for it with a good stream going. And I hope everybody gets a good night's rest tonight. For the record, I'll be time stamping everything for anybody that wants to go back and check later. I will put the witness there, and I will just put a brief little thing about what evidence was entered, especially for videos. If you all are looking to go back and watch certain parts, to refresh at any time, I'll make sure those notations are there. But man, drinks are on me, everyone. I'll email you some scotch. Thank you, Rocket Couch. I'll put that up for prosperity. Everybody just contact him, because I think, I bet you that jury is definitely going home and putting their feet up and kicking back on. Like, that was rough testimony all day. That was a lot to absorb. And in a way, they're going to do cross in the morning, and then it's kind of good that Sara is taking the stand then, so it's all fresh in their mind, and they will actually hear the counterpoints, and that's the best for the state and the defense. Actually, they will be able to make good, educated decisions on what they hear based on what they heard and what they're going to hear. And honestly, I mean, this is all going to come down to credibility. Whether they believe which point she was telling the truth, what was the scenario, and what she actually puts out as what's going to be the actual overt act. And we're going to learn more about how that plays into battered spouse syndrome and how we go. I would expect the state to be paying a lot of attention, actually. A lot of attention at this point. So on that, I'm going to hit the button, everybody. Thank you for hanging out all day, and I mean all day, 9 hours and 20 minutes worth. This is not going to be the 20-minute goodbye. I really am going to get out of here. And everybody, just take care of yourselves. Thank you for joining me. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, all of that YouTube things, and treat yourselves well. Get a good night's rest. And if you're up for it, I'll see you back here in the morning. Good night.